Welcome to the puzzle stream. Actually, our first dedicated general puzzle stream in quite some time, in several months in fact, but no time like the present to get back on board, so let's solve some puzzles. And one came in. Yes, I saw that you posted the video about unemployment in Delfino Plaza. I admit I didn't actually watch the whole thing the whole way through. I just took a peek at it to see what it was, so I should go back and look at it completely. Anyway, by way of introduction, search the ancient tunnels. You'll notice that I don't have a completion on this, but I do have a flag on it. That's because we took an initial look at it when this first came up in mid-October. It was back in the viewer level stream for the 15th of October, I believe, just within the day of this being uploaded. Search the Ancient Tunnels by Redbeard. And we previously just took a quick cursory look at it to see what it looked like and how it was structured. We didn't actually get very far with solutions at all. We didn't have the notepad open or anything. It was just kind of a first look to see what we were in for. And at long last, nearly a month later, here we are. We're actually going to do it. So, let's solve logic puzzles to escape the tunnels. Each answer is a word or phrase. So we're effectively doing this from scratch since it's been long enough since we looked at it initially. But there will be some things that are familiar to me from before, perhaps. And we'll just commentate it anyway as we go and reconstruct what we've done so far. So, first of all, as this is a Redbeard level, we need to make sure we have the notepad, because the notepad is going to be an essential tool here, given our experience with some of Redbeard's creations in the past. And we have an alphabet key at the beginning of this level, so this part I remember. And we're going to screenshot this for later reference in case we need to disambiguate anything, but as you can see, it's a pretty clear alphabetic key from A to Z with no redundancies. And we know from our prior look at this room that we will definitely be using this pretty much everywhere. So let's take this one room at a time, and actually no, let's take a look at the solution key room first. I think it's all the way at the back, but I don't quite recall. Yes, the skull's here, that indicates boss, I suppose. And indeed, Xeon, lots and lots of unemployment. That's how things go around here. And boss, I think, usually indicates that you synthesize the existing puzzle solutions into a final puzzle solution, and then these kind of boxes we've seen before. Yeah, so this is an assemblage of the different objects that are assigned to the different rooms, and there's a very clear left to right arrangement, if you can look at that here, where it goes. Actually, no, the bumper is overlaying the fire bar, so maybe not. The bumper and the fire bar are kind of their own thing, but there will be a particular order, perhaps, that is going to map to the code entry. So this is the code entry room, and we're going to screenshot this as well. There's a skewer. Yes, you can see each track is assigned to each of the objects herein, and we'll have to puzzle out exactly what format the code entry is going to take, but it looks like this is the final entry point of the level, and that if you successfully activate the key, which I believe is going to be with the on-off switch, and then a single toggle of the on-off switch drops this platform out and traps you. But I believe that if you have a second activation of the on-off switch once all the tracks have been loaded into place, then perhaps you have a double activation. No, you would spawn here in the on state, but perhaps it changes something about the level in some fashion that would then give you a vine spawn that would then take you up to the key door. One possible solution to that, in fact, could be that even if the on-off switch removes this platform, perhaps something will come up to take its place, like a blaster that gets loaded into place or something similar, which then allows you to have access to departing this way. But it's very clear to me that the code entry is supposed to give you access to the key door up top, which then takes you to the exit out the bottom right. Now, this symbol above the key door is really important because you'll notice that these objects don't map to the objects in this room, but that they do map to the symbols that are associated with the solution rooms that we see earlier in the level. And I'll go back and I'll show you what that looks like. And yeah, so this is going to be something that synthesizes each of the solutions into 4 question blocks, I suppose, which are either 4 letters or perhaps 4 objects that will reveal which switches to press. So my experience with prior Redbeard levels tells me, yeah, notice that there's a 1, 2, 3, 4 order to it. Look, if you look at the tracks down here, indicating to me that each of these question blocks corresponds to probably an object that you need to hit in order 1, 2, 3, 4 in the code entry room over here. So we'll be looking for 4 objects that somehow tie into this picture clue here, and somehow tie into all of the letter clues here, which read greet, ice cream, measure, and tick. Greet, ice cream, measure, and tick. We obviously don't have enough information to understand what the equal sign or the boxes mean at this point, but there is some kind of transformation function that we are expected to have solved for at this point, and some kind of mapping to this image over here as well. So in the end, we will have potentially the names of 4 of the objects over here, and we'll have to figure out what that is once we get there, because this is, after all, the end puzzle. We just kind of have to have a general idea of what it is we're looking for. God of War Ragnarok is quite fun. Yeah, I have been watching a few streams of it. In fact, I am a long way from playing it myself. It might be a case of waiting for a PC port in a few years if it follows the trend of the first game, but I have been dipping into a couple of different streams of people playing it. Since it is, I think, a very visually appealing experience, even just on more superficial grounds, and especially watching, you know, how they're handling the camera work and the style that they developed in the first game as well. Really quite consciously wanting to ape Long Take Cinema, even though it is something that is mostly impressive from a kind of spatial design kind of standpoint, because in video games, of course, you're not quite dealing with the logistics of shooting something live. The part that is impressive is quite different. Anyway, let's take a look at these objects here. We have a couple of different code sequences. We had determined previously that this entire thing here is all cats, which doesn't make it particularly useful so far, I don't think. Unless you just hit every object and check to make sure that's actually the case. I mean, we can do it exhaustively, but it doesn't really solve anything. I bet it's just some kind of clue that's supposed to signify like a keyword cat or something, but we don't really know yet. Also, I want to hop down here to whatever's in this segment. So, okay, this is really important. So, we're not going to look at the hints, but notice how the hint room has this and this as 2 separate overlays, kind of like a separation of the object arrangements that we were looking at previously. And Mario, welcome. So we're going to try to do this as far as possible without the hint room first, because the hint room is clearly telling you how to synthesize some of the information using the picture clue that we have in the final code entry room. If you remember what was going on with the box where all of these symbols were put together. Okay. This, I don't know if it corresponds very well to what we enter so far. As you will notice here, each of these objects is something unique, but we don't know what that means yet, and it isn't a strict correspondence to the code entry at the end, because the code entry has at least one object that's a skewer. So we know it's not really a strict mapping. We've already burnt through the clock just explaining things without actually progressing. But yeah, as you can see, there are rooms that correspond to the objects that are in that final picture grid before the code entry room. You can see firebar, you can see downward pointing red cannon, bumper. Notice how there are two objects corresponding to one door here, both the cannon and the bumper, which is interesting to me. Oh, because it has the cannon to the left and the bumper to the right, so these would be treated as two separate solutions. So, well, it means that we can probably take a look at each of these as separate solutions, and we can start logging these on the notepad. So let's bring that up. We'll have different kinds of rooms. We'll designate each of them as rooms even if they are accessed through the same door. So for example, cannon room and bumper room will be two separate things. So we'll have firebar room. We'll go in some kind of sensible order, I'm sure. Icicle room, blaster room, and then cannon. We'll say red cannon room just to be absolutely unambiguous about it. Bumper room, grinder room, or the saw blade if you prefer. There's claw room before that. If we actually, let's have a very clear reading order. Let's do top first, and then bottom. And then that gives you how many different kinds of objects? 7 different objects to deal with so far. Let's take a look at the picture grid once again. And then we have this whole thing to synthesize as well, which I think this puzzle is just going to be its own thing, really. And yeah, we'll think about what this central structure is, because we don't understand how to treat any of that yet. So let me take a look once again at the objects that we're dealing with. In fact, come back through here. And we'll just hop back to what we said before. Okay, so the only thing we're missing is... I was missing burner for some reason. Let's make sure we can find a burner room. Because we have blaster, firebar, bumper, claw, icicle, grinder, cannon. Yeah, we're missing a burner room, and so we'll go back and search for that. The burner room may be the puzzle that's in the main area. I'm not exactly sure, but we need to just keep an eye out for where the burner is placed. Oh, burner is actually on the other side of the grinder room, so we actually just missed that on the notes. So if we understand how a Redbeard puzzle is usually structured, each room is going to have some kind of word or letter solution to it. And then there's going to be some way to transform them into a general meta solution that is then going to apply to the code entry, which will be kind of a boss puzzle. It's been a long time since I played one of these, so we'll see how far we actually get, but then the idea would be that once all 7 objects are accounted for, you would then be able to take this remaining information and put it together somehow. This looks like a question mark, doesn't it? This shape here with the Goomba walking And Redbeard, this does look familiar. I wonder if you've ever seen this before. Okay. I've just been doing a lot of preliminary explanation so far. Let's actually get into solving it. First room, fire bars. Okay, so we can read this. And as you can see from the bottom left, this is the fire bar room. I think that seems to be all the fire bar signifies right now. I don't think it's some kind of clock or something. We'd better jot some things down into the notes. It looks like we have... So here is how I'm reading the words so far, just so people know. I'm reading from top to bottom. Hoodwink, Wicked, Avenger, and House. And over here, it's music genre, Terminator, Primate, and Condiment. Also, I noticed my audio is dead already in spite of the fact that I thought I'd fixed it. Let's just bring it back in case sound effects actually matter. Just give me a moment. Yes, Nukaza, there is a new puzzle contest that has just been announced on the Puzzle Community Discord. And I will be one of the people assigning points to things, apparently, and attempting to solve all the levels. I will be obligated to solve all the levels, in fact. That's going to be in December, so deadline is coming quickly. And you can read the full rules list as necessary. It would be great to have you contribute a P-Balloon puzzle, of course, if you're interested in doing so. Anyway, let's take a look, and let's jot down the notes here. So, here in the firebar room, I think if you look at the arrows, that each of these words corresponds to each successive line, and that you need to imagine like a crossword such that you think about the question blocks and the letters that are represented by them as forming a word on their own, and the blue blocks potentially as also forming a word on their own. Like, we'll fill in as many of these words as we can. And it looks like we're going to do this by word association. So we would look for synonyms, or we might look for categories. So for example, if we look at music genre, you see music genre with an arrow pointing to a 4-letter word. And a 4-letter word could be something like rock or funk or jazz. And of course, personally, I'm hoping for jazz. And yeah, you see something like Terminator, and then the first thing that comes to mind is, does it point to something like Schwarzenegger? Which I think occurred to me last time I looked at this as well. And it's reasonably long. It looks like it might, but let's see. SCH. Or it's feels like it's a little short for that. Maybe it's something like Robert Patrick, but I think that's also too long. Or maybe it's the name of the character rather than somebody else. Maybe Kristana Loken? I don't know. Whose name I only remember because I recently saw her in a guest appearance on Star Trek Voyager. No. It's not going to be a super long name. I was thinking it might be something like Schwarzenegger, but... Or maybe it's a Terminator not in the James Cameron sense. Oh, maybe it's James Cameron. James Cameron. Oh, it totally is, actually. It totally is James Cameron. And I noticed that my sound has died already. Even though, let's see if we can do a more permanent fix. Just a moment. Hopefully this doesn't kill the stream. I was making a few changes today that I hoped would sort this out, but it seems to have backfired quite a bit. So let me just make sure we have sound. And we'll be right back. Okay, should be back. Let me know if there are problems. So maybe it is something like James Cameron. But anyway, each of these is going to be a clue that is by way of word association. So hoodwink might be something like confuse. And we should fill this in from top to bottom and see what happens. So, give me one moment while I get the notepad out. And we'll try to fill it in. So I don't know that the direction necessarily matters. I think that's just to make sure this level is actually readable within this one screen high space. So let's just go top to bottom and hope that works. Then Wicked, and then you have Terminator, you have Avenger, you have, what is this, Primate, might be Kong, House, and Condiment. Okay. And then we'll do it like this, with notation. Let's go like this. And we need some kind of symbol for the box that will fit into one character. Let's just go O. I wonder if the alignment matters. It's possible the alignment matters, but I'm not really sure. Like if you're assembling some kind of crossword. But maybe not. Maybe it's just there to make sure everything fits the available space given the different length of some of the words. Although it's hard to tell because each of the words is offset by a certain amount. So let's assume for now that the alignment doesn't matter because maybe the question blocks and the blue blocks are supposed to be alignment pieces to begin with. And let's just continue taking notes. So, like I was saying, it seems like music genre could be any number of four-letter words, but maybe this is actually supposed to be a common letter. So maybe one of either the question block or the blue block, probably the blue block, is supposed to be a letter that is shared among each of the solutions. So Natcat wishes to define joist for some reason. But anyway, let's continue doing notation here. Yeah, Terminator, James Cameron seems to be the only thing I can think of that actually fits. Which would then put an R in the O space. Avenger, I think I was already saying last time, given the audience, I don't think it's actually going to be John Steed, as it should be. But it's probably something like Black Widow, or maybe some, I don't know, Guardian of the Galaxy or something like Groot. Who knows? But we'll notate this accordingly. Natcat, speaking of which, with the alternate dimensions puzzle contest that is coming up, it is open to co-op levels. So if there is another co-op puzzle again, and I'll address this to Redbeard as well, since you were also on the team last time, we could absolutely get the team back together, depending on what people end up creating. And of course, anybody else is open to join as well. We'll set up some kind of multiplayer session if there are multiplayer puzzles that I do need to judge for the contest. Where were we? Avenger, there we go. And yeah, that was one of those experiences that made me very grateful for the fact that I run a stream, that, you know, it afforded me the opportunity to actually play that. If there is asymmetric information again, though, as a judge, I would have to look at all of the rooms myself, of course, so there might be multiple playthroughs involved. But we'll see if anybody creates something for the contest that is multiplayer in the first place, because it's a fairly tight deadline on those levels, and I don't necessarily think people will do it, given how elaborate those creations tend to be. Okay, so we've got condiments. So we need to have some kind of question mark string, and we need to have some kind of blue block string. So we can think about candidate solutions for this. Hoodwink, I think it might be something like confuse. Maybe. This is just a guess. Music's genre could be anything from like jazz to funk to rock or punk or, you know, could be anything like that. We'll narrow it down as we solve the puzzle. I think it is probably the case that something like the blue block will constrain it. Now, Wicked Witch of the West, something to do with Wicked the musical, perhaps. Oh, we got to go back to that room. No, but that's okay. This is the kind of thing we can solve on paper. But we can look at the arrangement just in case anything occurs to me about it. Wicked, and then something that is 6 letters. Not sure about that yet, but I think it, yeah, it's not a witch. It might be something to do with the musical that's about the Wicked Witch of the West and the Wizard of Oz, but it could even just be wizard, but who knows, that seems like a bit of a stretch. Could be something else like that. We'll figure out some kind of pattern. Terminator, as I said, seemed to be something like... You know what, it's easier if I kind of align these under, so we can actually see how things line up. And to make sure we have the right number of letters, it'll be easier to visualize. So Terminator, I was saying something like James Cameron, maybe. That's the only thing I can think of that fits at the moment. Unless it's some kind of terminating character or something. In a technical sense. Avenger, I was thinking something like Groot or Widow, which I think is a bit of a stretch, or anything else. I think Groot's actually probably the best candidate so far. Primate is 4 letters. I feel like it's likely going to be something like Kong, unless it's supposed to be the name of an actual primate. House, 4 letters. I don't know. Condiment could be mayo. It could be salt. Salt seems a little plain to just be a condiment. Terminator, welcome. It's been a while. Speaking of Terminators, Terminator right here on the second line, as you can see. You came here right on schedule, apparently. Let's actually pause this so I'm not just burning time. So... House, some kind of 4-letter word that is associated with a house. Something like a... I mean, it could just be a home. I don't know. These 4 letters is not much to work with. Maybe the alignment does matter. Or maybe the alignment... Maybe I'm supposed to take all of the blue blocks and arrange them into a single column like they are a crossword solution. I think ultimately we will be thinking about this as a crossword solution for something like the question blocks. Terminator, first of all, John Connor doesn't fit, and secondly, he is not himself a Terminator, right? I mean, he's the one who's basically sending the Terminator back in time. No, I thought about a couple of different ideas for Terminator. There, Schwarzenegger doesn't fit. Whoops. Names of other characters or actors don't seem to fit, so James Cameron was the best thing I could come up with. That would actually go. But anyway, we need some kind of coherent word clue here. So, for example, we can start putting together the question blocks, possibly in order. Double check the house spelling. Oh, it's a mouse. Okay. Yeah, it's a mouse. Okay. So, never mind. Let's... And here I am thinking, well, it's not Mickey Mouse. That's also too long. But anyway, mouse. Mighty Mouse, Mickey Mouse, Minnie Mouse. Logitech mouse. No, that doesn't fit. Microsoft mouse. You know, and of course some of these are pretty wild guesses, like Hoodwink and Confuse aren't necessarily linked. It could be something completely different. Mice. Mouse? Mice? 4 letters for mouse. 4 letters, that's not much to work with. I'm just kind of racking my brain for this. Could be some kind of computer mouse, could be a character who's a mouse, which I think is a lot more likely. Could be... Do we know a mouse that has a name that's 4 letters long? Or maybe it's a kind of mouse. It's not a skipsqueak. Trying to think of famous video game mice or something. That's okay. We can blank on that one for the time being and see if we can do something with the partial information that we have. The one, oddly enough, that I'm probably most confident on at this stage is James Cameron up there. Could be Groot, could be Kong. I don't think I can find a better one for Kong. Here, 4-letter primate. Now, Groot seems a lot more likely here, although I don't know my Avengers that well, and it could be something completely different. But if that were the case, then we can think of the question. So each of these strings would then have 8 characters associated with them, either the question blocks or the blue blocks. And we can do some kind of notation for it ourselves. So we can do like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Then we can kind of fill in with some of the solutions that we're thinking about. Thank you for the follow. So for example, assuming that these are in order, for James Cameron, that would be the 4th one, and you would have something like A. I feel like we do need to use both of these in conjunction though, and I don't know how to do that yet. That I feel like we need to use one of these block types as some kind of positional constraint that would then give you the other block type afterwards. We're not running viewer levels today, we're just doing puzzles from a private queue. In fact, this one is a puzzle that had shown up on viewer levels a couple weeks previously, and we went back to it today just to see if we could do it properly. So we're not running an open queue today, but we will be tomorrow. We do run viewer levels on the Saturday night, Sunday morning stream. So anyway, supposing that we have James Cameron and condiment, I kind of like mayo for it. That would be an O. That would also give you a Y over here. Then this would be R. Maybe it is supposed to be 2 strings, but I could be completely wrong. I could be completely off base in a way that is not clear to me yet. Let's assume that it's Groot, so you could go G, O, and notice that things phonetically are actually possible so far, which is a good sign. And then, so the first one could be something like DiMaggio, for instance. That's the first thing that comes to mind, like if you have like Joe DiMaggio. Because what else could it be? And then what do we have for primate? You have N. So I actually like the way we're thinking about this so far, because as you can see from the solution space that we have so far, everything that we've come up with could potentially fit into a name or a word and just fine without too many issues. It probably isn't DiMaggio, because like you would need a 4-letter music genre that starts with I in order for that to be the case. But I kind of feel like this constrains to mouse in such a way that we would probably be looking at a letter I here if the solutions that we have are correct so far. As for this one, it could be something like an L. Still thinking about this. Because it could be an adverb that ends with L. And of course, that's just assuming that our first guesses are actually correct. So Mayo, Kong, Groot, James Cameron, these are the ones we're committing to so far. We don't know what's going on with Wicked. It's not a Wicked Witch. It's not anything like that. I do remember that the Wicked Witch of the West actually does receive a name in Wicked. Also, who was the author of Wicked? I'm trying to think of his name now. It was like Gregory something? Might actually have to look this up. Gregory Maguire, that's what it is. No, that doesn't fit. But let me see if we can think of something else that would fit in that spot. Not exactly sure. And I actually did see Wicked on stage a long time ago. Like over a decade ago. Oh, Elphaba would be the Wicked Witch of the West name. Yeah, that's right, that's right. Trying to dig deep into my memory. I don't think it's going to be any of that stuff. Wicked, I think we're just in a totally... we're kind of up a blind alley with that one. I was right in correcting house is mouse, right? Mouse. And then there's something that ends with potentially AGG blank O that isn't just Joe DiMaggio. Could be something aggro. Aggro or agio? Like a passaggio. Maybe it is a passaggio. Am I spelling that correctly? Hang on. No, that's not right. I'm writing it down for myself. No, passaggio has 2 S's and 1 G. Right? You know what? There's an easy way to check. Or... I can't spell. Anyway. You know what? Coraggio. Collins only. That seems a bit obscure for this kind of puzzle. What about something ends with aggro? That's just aggro. Dictionary bot to rescue. Might be somebody's proper name though, like DiMaggio. So, and we also might just have the wrong solution for the words above it. So for all I know, we're completely off. I'm pretty confident about many of these. So James Cameron, Groot seems best, if not necessarily unique. Kong seems pretty clearly best. Mayo seems pretty plausible. Mouse. Mouse. Maybe it is something like Joe DiMaggio, and in which case, music genre would have to be something that begins with I. Yeah, we could do some kind of substring search. But, and of course, hoodwink. So I said hoodwink was confuse. Which was a total stab in the dark. It probably isn't that, but if it were that, you would have something like O up here, and then F down here. That's not quite felonry. Possibly you need to scramble the letters as well, in a certain order. So, for example, one thing that might be the case, just as an example, is that perhaps top to bottom isn't necessarily the order, and what you need to do is solve the words, but then one of these might be an anagram. So for example, you can have a certain arrangement of letters that is in the blue blocks, and you would need to rearrange them, and then they would give you the correct order for what goes in the question blocks. Such that the question blocks will ultimately give you the solution to the room, but that they are currently out of order, and you would need something like the blue blocks to put them in order, for instance. And I feel like that's entirely possible, but only if we get a very significant number of correct solutions to begin with. Netcat, learning Italian. Not quite. I have a bit of musician's Italian. And a bit of, like, restaurant ordering Italian, but that's about the extent of it. Not enough to solve an escape room, was it? It's always possible, too, that there is some additional outside information that I need for this room that I don't have. Like some kind of contextual clue from an adjoining room, but I don't think so. This looks relatively self-contained. And we just don't have a good way of constraining solutions to things like music genre yet, because too many things can fit. Likewise with something like Hoodwink, too many things can fit, I think. But interestingly enough, or maybe it's not an anagram, but maybe you need to place things in alphabetical order. Yeah, you can't have two separate solution words in this space, I think. You need to do something with the blue blocks that gives you an order for the question blocks. I'm increasingly convinced that's the case. Another thing we can do is maybe move on from this room for now until we kind of have a better contextual idea of how the different solutions are going to fit together. Because, yeah, we just don't have a good 6 for Wicked. It's not going to be some Joan of Arc thing, or Jeanne from Bayonetta, even though that fits. It seems to be a little too obscure. Avenger. Primates. Condiment and mouse. 4-letter mouse. Maybe it is just mice. I think you just pluralize the thing, because that is a word association, I guess. Technically. And it would kind of fit. No? Yeah. I think we need to look at a different room and just kind of set this aside for a moment until we can come back to it. Because maybe something will present itself. Now we'll just try to make a little more progress first. Let's look at the... Yeah, we'll do top first and then bottom. Give my current notes order, and we'll do icicle next. Ah yes, this is the numbers room. So let's see what we can do about the numbers. And bring up notes. Icicle room is all numbers. You see dodeca. Notice that you have 6 different objects that are used here. Ice block, note block, spike, donut, and red and cloud. So it might matter. If we go back to the main room, I think we actually did see that specific arrangement of objects somewhere. Let's see if I can look for that. Well, maybe we didn't see it here. Yes, right here. So, look at this. That gives you an order, I think. Let's get the order down first. Yeah, as I was saying, maybe contextual information is what we needed for the first room as well. Something that's available in this room that gives me a clue. So we're going to go donut, spike, ice, note, red, cloud. And we're going to use that order to create a 6-letter word. No, wrong room. Okay, this one seems comparatively straightforward then, because we just have a bunch of numbers that will probably correspond to letters of the alphabet. So, for example, dodeca is going to be corresponding to ice, and that's clearly 12. And then note block is going to correspond to 1111. That's pretty obviously binary. And I believe that's 15, right? 1, 2, 4, 8. Yeah, it's got to be 15. Donut block. Well, let's do spike first. Spike XIV, that's pretty clearly 14. These are all very proximate to each other. And they all correspond to some kind of letter, I'm sure. If we just do the letters of the alphabet, for instance. That's going to be L. And... oh, maybe not then. Maybe that's not the case. We'll think about that. Shaman. Shaman what? That sounds familiar. Oh wait, no. Shama. Wow. Or we need to look at the alphabet key for this, I think. The spacing seems to matter. That you have some number that maybe that corresponds to in some language. Not exactly sure. Let's complete the resto. Ethray. Actually, that just looks like Pig Latin for 3. I think that's just going to be 3. Ethray is just 3. And if we're going alphabetically, that would be C. Oh yeah, okay, no, then the solution is unlock. I have no idea how Shamawa corresponds to you, but it is going to be unlock. That's going to be the solution. We can try to reverse engineer this to try to understand why that works. So icicle room is unlock. But we have that based on incomplete information. Because, for example, we know that K is supposed to be 11. I have no idea why Elf would be 11. Does Santa have 11 elves or something? It's 3 rings for the Elven Kings, right? So that's only 3. So Elf is 11 for some reason, and I don't actually know why, so we'll just put a question mark there. And Shamawa is UVXW, UVWXYZ. That's 21, right? And I have no idea why that's 21. Unless it's like phonetically in some language that I don't speak. But anyway, we don't care about that. We know the solution is unlock. So we'll just keep it. Anyway, that was a quick room compared to the other one. Let's do the other side. Other side is going to be Blaster, so we'll do that next. Blaster has a bunch of directions with those. Oh, you know what? I seem to remember from having looked at this room previously that there's another room that gives you directional transformations relative to a grid. So let's screenshot this just in case we need it. Because there's some kind of grid positioning thing going on that I think corresponds to a different room. Let's move on to that because I don't think we have the information we need for that yet. Yeah, if you look at each of these, so once again, outside information does matter. That this string here gave you unlock. The whole cat keyboard thing here, I don't know what that's about. But everything here is cats, so I don't think we have any real flexibility with that otherwise. Yeah, just checking everything to make sure. Why is it missing a note block? Why is it missing a note block? Are you saying it's missing a note block here? Let's count the blocks. This is actually potentially important. You're thinking it's missing one here, right? Ten on the top. 9 and then 7. This is also the alphabet. Oh, this is a computer keyboard. That's why it is. Yeah, no, it's the QWERTY layout. One came out. This is actually a QWERTY layout. If you think about only the alphabet, then that's what it is. So we should be on the lookout for note blocks rather that correspond to that in some fashion. And then that's interesting because the QWERTY keyboard layout corresponding to the note blocks then gives me the clue that I need for this Blaster room here. I'll show you what I mean by it. So the directional clues actually just point to positions on a computer keyboard, and you'll have to be very glad that your keycaps don't match up to Dvorak or some of the alternative layouts. But those then gets transformed into something else because You follow the QWERTY layout. T to the left gives you R. H, let's use equal sign so we don't confuse our arrows here. H, and going up top, gives you U. O, going bottom left, gives you L. I believe this is just probably going to be rules or something. S, going up, gives you E. E to the right gives you R, ruler. The blaster room is ruler. There we go. So yeah, in the end, maybe we don't even need the first clue. I've been able to solve some of these puzzles with incomplete information before, so we should do as many of the easy rooms as you can. So one came in telling me that it was missing a note block was actually a very critical piece there. In terms of pointing my mind in the right direction, because suddenly I realized what that keyboard layout is all about. Also, sound is dead again. Luckily, we don't really need it. I think sound dies sometimes when there's just no input for a long time, which is the case with levels like these. We'll leave it for the time being until I am at the next reset, and then we'll try to fix this up again. It's too bad because I thought I had fixed it. You were pointing it out because it bothered you. Yeah, and it's actually a very critical piece of immediately recognizing what this layout is all about. Also, if my sound is dead, you folks are not getting a full experience of the keyboard cat sounding like keyboard. And the cat paw effect is actually very effective for making me think about keyboards there as well, except I was thinking about it in terms of an instrument keyboard rather than a computer keyboard, in spite of the fact that the layout should have made it very obvious. So the cat paw effect is actually a very nice touch that deserves recognition. Notice so far that both of the rooms we saw so far did require me to use information here in the outside room, which tells me that we're probably missing... Oh, okay. So the thing we didn't understand previously was blue blocks. Blue blocks... Yes. Okay. This central dial here is telling me something about how to use the blue blocks in the firebar room. Because you have arrows, you have... objects, you have the egg, star, E, and boo. I don't know how to interpret this yet, but this is actually going to be the decoder clue. And that's why we were stuck in that other room, I think, is that not only that we hadn't solved any of the individual constituent clues, but that we weren't applying this piece of information in connection with it. Anyway, let's think about that, and let's proceed to some other rooms, because we are doing some of the other ones quickly, at least. So let's go to the claw room next. Claw room is going to be using all this green stuff, which tells me that I need to use this information here. Like... that we have... Okay, we need to jot this down in the notes. Hang on, claw room. We're going to be looking for 5 characters. Chess Bunzo, welcome, and relatedly, happy birthday. I did see that noted on your Scrabble stream that I think you were running in the wee hours last night. So, hope you had an excellent birthday. Yeah, we're currently doing a cryptic escape room. We've gotten a couple of clues in. So yeah, let's do this and do the notation for... And yes, Luca, there is a new puzzle level contest. And I finally got in on judging one of these after having had to pass on some of the previous ones for scheduling reasons. We need some kind of notation. So we're going to go red, 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 green. We're going to go green. What is it? Yeah, I think we're going to be looking for each of these clusters in the claw room. And a track layout, if you look at a cluster in a particular spot, will give me a letter of the alphabet. And do we always have semi-solids in the background, or do we have blank spots? We always have semi-solids in the background. Okay, good. Because that means we can just use this as my notation. And then we'll correspond to each of these to something. I'm just going to jot this down in my notes so we know what to look for. I think we'll be looking at intersections for sure. Okay, let's go back. All right. I think we just need to proceed in order and look for the first one, starting from the top row. So we're just going to be looking for this RRRG cluster, and we'll see where we are for that. And basically, we just need to... Yeah, there's an easy way to look for this quickly, which is that we're only looking for areas where you have two red blocks stacked on top of each other, and then we're going to see if the corresponding intersection exists. So we'll just go top row. Nope, we need something like RR on the left. Indeed, RR on top. We can probably find it without too much trouble. Yeah, RRRG is this one here. As you can see, it's the letter S. In fact, let's rearrange my notes here a little bit to make this a little more sensible. You know what? Let's just say S. Then we do two greens across diagonal, green, blank, blank, green. And yeah, it's down here. It's C, bottom of this row here, right beside, well, you can see it in the bottom middle of your screen right now. RG blank R. I guess technically it's pink, it's not actually red, but let's call it red just for the sake of notation. And just for the sake of clarity, it is technically pink. RG blank R, let's see if we can find it. This is easier to read than it looks at first, in fact. Now that I know what to look for. We need an RG on top. I may have spoken too soon here. Red and green beside each other. Yeah, no, it's middle here. It looks like an A. Probably something like scare, which might have something to do with boo, in fact. And then, what is it? GG. Oh, whoops. We're not done with this yet. GGR blank. Let's take a look at anything with two green blocks together in a row. And yeah, it's this here, and it's R, and it looks like the word probably is going to be scare, but let's confirm it, just be absolutely certain. Green, green, blank, blank. Yeah, it is absolutely scare. It's the set of 4 below where Mario's standing right now. If you look at the tracks spell a letter E over the intersection of green wood, green wood. Okay. So, looks like that word is going to be scare. In fact, let's make sure we have a general solution space notated here. So, we have firebar. Hang on. followed by Icicle, Blaster, Claw, Red Cannon, Bumper, Grinder, Burner. Let's make sure we have these solutions in one place. Unlock. Ruler. Scare. I'm increasingly thinking that the Firepower one is not going to be Joe DiMaggio, despite the solutions that we were getting at earlier. Anyway, let's take a look at the Red Cannon room. Let's see what that is. Okay, I understand the structure a lot better now in terms of using the main hub room as a critical clue in pretty much every instance. And yeah, so this corresponded to the Goomba question mark that we saw earlier. Let's go back to take a look at the Goomba question mark out front just to be absolutely clear on that. And the bumper room is the P block question. And then right side. Yeah, the bumper one should actually be easy. It looks like it's just a fill in the blank. Because, yeah, it looks like you just think of these as 7-letter words where there's a left side, blank letter, right side. That should be pretty simple. So the Red Cannon one with the question... So yeah, you think about the Goomba as walking its way down to the bottom of the question mark. And the fact that it is a question mark basically tells me that I should think in terms of how the Goombas walk. That you want the Goombas perhaps to land on the Munchers, and that you have to think about a path for them to do so. Let's go back. Or maybe that you want the Goombas to land on the note blocks. This may be tricky. Because I don't necessarily know what's going to be pushing in what order. Oh, whoops, didn't expect it. More than that. But yeah, basically you want the Goombas to walk onto the note blocks perhaps, and then maybe that'll give you something critical. I don't know how that translates into a word though. Oh, no, I know how it translates into a word. The Goomba walks in such a way that it traces a letter in the same way that the Goomba in the hub room walks to trace a question mark. But then does the ordering of the snake blocks particularly matter? I don't know that it does. So yeah, Goomba walks to create a question mark, as you can see. Lands on a Muncher. I don't know if they necessarily need to land on a note block or if that's just there to create shapes, but we need to go back and take a look. If I understand it now, then each of these snake block activations... Ah yeah, because when we landed on this previously, it activated 2 different snake blocks. So each donut seems to correspond to a different activation point. This just drops you back, of course, it doesn't activate anything. So we have 5 different snake blocks here, which look like they're all 3 pieces long. They will all push the 5 Goombas, probably independently without interfering with each other's paths, and we need to look at the shape the Goombas make as they walk towards their destination. I don't think the order matters, but we'll have to find that out for ourselves. And let's be careful, let's activate just one at a time without activating other snake blocks simultaneously, since that could throw things off. So, for example, we'll step on this one, and we'll see what kind of shape the Goomba makes as it walks down. And that makes either a Y or a number 4, probably a Y. So Let's go back to that in our notes. So red cannon is going to be Goomba path shapes. And from right to left, let's say it's a Y. It might be a 4, but I'm not really sure. I think it should be a letter clue, though. I don't see what else it could be. Let's do the second one here. It'll push. And so we wait until the Goomba is... Oh, it's going to walk, and it's going to make an E. So it makes the letter E. Yeah, I see it. Okay, bounces. Oh, well, I totally didn't catch that. Unless it's a letter I because it goes right up. Y-E-I. What would be I? And then that's an L. I may have made a mistake here somewhere, but let's go back. I wasn't really paying attention to the third one, so it looks like it's an O. And given the question mark that we saw earlier, I don't think the munchers and the spikes matter. I think they are just part of the path constraint. Y-E-I-L-O, that doesn't seem to make sense. Oh wait, there are 6 Goombas. Maybe it's... No, there are 5 Goombas. Okay. There are 5 Goombas, Picard. Okay, let's go and load this room again so we can review some of them, because I think I didn't really see the middle one properly. Let's do this one again. Whoops, I totally activated 2. Oh, okay, it's an L. Now it gives me yellow, but it doesn't give me a W anywhere, so... Or maybe it's hello. Maybe it's hello. Let's activate the first one again just to be sure, because I thought it made kind of a 4 shape. I know, it is an H, because you have to think about the Goomba initially being pushed out of its opening position. It totally makes an H. So it is hello. Okay. So it's going to be hello. And then we do the bumper room. Okay. Bumper room, what do we got here? Notice the coin arrangements in this room. Let me turn off the notes for a moment. I don't know what the coin arrangements are about. It might be some kind of ordering, but we don't really know, because it might be an ordering, it might be some kind of rotation. But as you can see, each row seems to pair 2 different 2-letter strings together. The main thing that I just don't understand how to read so far are the coins. So for example, let's put up notes. Bumper room is going to be... You're going to have basically a yellow side and a red side, and we'll need to accommodate the coins somehow. But supposing we don't, supposing we just ignore the coins for a moment until we understand what they are, you have like Boo, and H, and CAB, I think. END, oh wait. That might not actually be a B, I'm just eyeballing it here. Yeah, Luca, audio has been really bad today for some reason, in spite of the fact that I thought I'd mitigated it with something I did. I don't know what's killing it repeatedly, but we'll try to bring it back. It's not critical at this moment, so let me just finish this solution first. Luckily, we don't have any audio clues yet, as far as I know. No, it's not del, it's gel. I don't know how to read a G at this point. And then gel. Gal. Yeah, the coins mean something, but we haven't figured out what. And then let's continue aligning these. I question mark row. That would be something like eyebrow. That's pretty clear. That's got to be a B. Then ill something tin. Notice that. Okay. I row. Maybe the coins tell you something about ordering. But the thing that strikes me here is that like something like I and row very clearly give me something like eyebrow, for instance, but and boo and age would give me like bootage, for instance. But it's not as clear to me what the other ones would be. And it's not clear to me how to use the coins, especially when they differ. Okay, since we're between attempts, let's fix the audio quickly. This has been not the only time. But don't know why it's particularly bad today. Maybe a cable issue or something. Let me just make something ambiguous here. Yeah, it totally was a B, what I was seeing earlier. Yeah, I do know my G's. Do I know my G's from my D's? Maybe so. Maybe not. But yeah, the only clue that we have here is PPP, question block. Red, red, red. There's nothing here to tell me that the coins are relevant. But then why would there be the coins? That's no accident. Unless there is something about order that would be important there. Oh, no. The coins actually just give me order 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's the solutions need to be rearranged, so we just need to move things around a little bit. Because this one would be ill, and then eyebrow would be at the bottom. Yeah, we just needed to move one out of order. Let's say this is T. I think it's very clearly eyebrow. You would think I'd be able to do this kind of thing. Hang on. Do I know my words? No. I didn't think so, but low probability enough that I had to make sure it wasn't something I just didn't know. Ill tin. I mean, we can always do the pattern search as well, but I feel like that's not the actual... Oh, I see. No. You would need to... You rearrange the ones on the left. You don't rearrange the ones on the right. I think that's the idea. That makes a lot more sense. So let's cancel this for a moment. Maybe, but then something like eyebrow would go away if you do that, though, unless this is... Because it would be something eye tin instead. That doesn't seem right. No, that doesn't seem right. But then suppose you had gel on row 4 and then gel something row. No. It's not going to be a rotational cipher or anything either, because boo just wouldn't correspond to anything given the duplication. And hi, Spencer. Welcome. Yeah, cab. End. You think you figured this one out? Yeah, I'm thinking about it, because the coin order matters. It might also be the letter that is... No, it's not the letter that is common to them, but... Because then the top one would make sense. Yeah, because I was understanding these as 7-letter words, where you read the middle letter. No, I think we can do without hints. It's fine. You can watch me bang my head against this for a while. But if you have solved it, congratulations. Let's think about it, though. Yeah, it wouldn't make sense for I to connect to tin. It does make sense for I to connect to row. But it does also make sense for me too. So, notice that ill matches gal, illegal, for instance. So I think you actually just need to... The order for the red ones doesn't correspond positionally to the order of the yellow ones here. You actually need to just match each of the ones on the left to whatever works. So eyebrow, that makes sense, but ill should go with illegal, in fact. So let's think about this again. So you would have legal, eyebrow, ill has to be position 2. So we'll just do this in order. Cab and gel, boo. I wonder if it is going to be bootage still, or something else. And then, yeah, gelatin. You have gelatin. That gives you B, A, E. I think bootage is a word, so that works, but I just don't know if that will give you the appropriate thing for cab, because cab would still need to match end. I think it's likelier for it to be cabbage, and then boo matches something with end. So for example, if you have cabbage, then you have B. This is going to be a kebab bookend, yeah. So, the bumper room is going to be kebab. Now, Spencer, you can tell me if you also got it. Yeah, so the important thing was to realize that the position of this set doesn't matter, is purely a matching game to get them to line up with the red one. So, yeah, very clear once we got it. So, let's make sure my notes are updated up top as well, that we have hello kebab. Now we do the grinder room. So there's one that I've been stuck on so far, but I'll go back to that one, because it looks like it's clearly the most difficult so far. So the one that I have not been able to get is this one. And we've been doing word association for each of these words and creating a kind of crossword structure. That this somehow relates to what this element in the top center here is telling me about the usage of the blue block as a positional clue that somehow corresponds to egg, boo, star, key in some fashion. That's telling me something about how the blue block fits into that room. And I do not have that yet. So we'll have to think about that. Block. To the right, there is a star. To the left, there is an egg. Up gives you a boo. Down gives you a key. Maybe it's supposed to correspond to a letter that is a shared letter. But I don't know that yet. We just don't know how to read it yet. So anyway, let's read the remaining two rooms. So to the left... I mean, this can't be a repeat of the keyboard clue, surely. But if it is, then that won't be too difficult. We should actually try it as a repeat of the keyboard clue, just in case it actually is correct. But let's go back to see if there's anything telling me something about P blocks, first of all. If there isn't, then we'll assume that it's the same thing as the keyboard. We have not used this down here yet, either. All these power-ups that are in a given order. And we have not used this thing here. These four. But let's take a look at what the burner room is. Oh, this is what the power-up is. And you stand here, and then it gives you a certain oscillation. It gives you what looks like 4 different words that correspond to 4 different backgrounds. We'll have to correspond that to... Yes, you appreciate the synopsis? Yeah, I mean, we'll be beating our heads against it quite a bit more, so... something for you to think about in the meantime. Anyway, for anybody who's interested, by the way, I should actually post the level code. It has appeared in the notes, but I'll also put in the chat for anybody who wants to give this a try. It has very few clears on it so far, so I think it only has 3 clears, despite having been up for the past month. And yeah, at some point we'll have to figure out why for the unlock room we got the U and the K, because like I have no idea why Elf was 11. I have no idea why Shamawa was 21, unless... yeah, we'll have to think about that. Yeah, Spencer, there's a reason I turned off the... at least I thought I turned off Twitch auto-censoring certain 3-letter strings and level codes, because it was blocking level codes like crazy for a while, since it thought they were ways for people to circumvent the offensive word filter. So yeah, power-up order here is going to give you maybe an 8-letter solution if we understand how things worked previously. Yeah, so the important thing is that we have not used the question block clue yet. Notice the decoration here, that you have mushrooms galore in that space. But I don't know how to use that yet. I haven't actually used that clue, and I don't know how it corresponds to this thing to the left here. But perhaps we can use the keyboard clue again, and... actually, let's just write it down. Let's bring up the notes. Let's go to Grinder Room. And initially, without accounting for the arrows, you have TAHRNOYICELS. And supposing we apply the keyboard method, then you would have GZ. Yeah, this is not going to be it. This is going to be something completely different. G D and then M L E. This is absolute junk, especially because I points up and that points you into the numbers. Yeah, that's not going to be the keyboard method. It's going to be non-redundant with what we had previously seen. However, notice the decoration in the background. Notice that the crystals and the mushrooms have a certain arrangement. I was kind of thinking originally that these have to be a path that you have to follow, or perhaps are kind of shuffling puzzle. But if you look at the background art, you can see that I think the top left corner and the bottom right corner correspond to the background art here. So there's a short crystal and a tall crystal, and you read them left to right. And then the relevant letters are 2nd, 5th, 7th, and 9th. Or, sorry, no, 2nd, 5th, 9th, and 11th. And so I think you have to follow a path from the short crystal to the tall crystal. And you have to find out what that is as you go through all the mushrooms. One came out, you said you had that happen in one of your levels, yeah. Yeah, because it was one of those cases where Twitch introduced a new autofilter without telling anybody. And it took some digging to find out in the settings where to deactivate that and why it was happening. Like, why it just thought certain strings of letters and numbers were offensive when they were just strings of letters and numbers. It turns out it thinks that people are just trying to be extra clever about, you know, using various offensive slurs or something like that. Okay, so short crystal is the T. And then big crystal is the S. And I think we just follow the path and see what we can do. Notice that the mushroom positioning differs in some places as well. That sometimes the mushrooms are in the middle, sometimes they're to the left. I wonder why that matters. Let's take a look, because some of these mushrooms are off-center and I don't know why that would be. You plan on remaking the level? Yeah, you might as well. If you're not going to lose too many plays or comments on it. So it's going to be 4 of the letters here. So supposing we start with the T, and we kind of follow a path down, and then we get something like this. It looks like junk, but the thing is we only need some of these letters. For example, T, N, O, L, Y, and then it creates a loop for some reason. Like it would push me back to the O. That's a problem. But notice that at the L, and in fact even at the O, you get mushrooms to the left and right. Let's take a look at the skin. Maybe the right arrow is relevant here. That having mushroom and right arrow together actually gives you a clue. But we know that positionally we need to do something to start with a T. And we need to figure that out. Because maybe if the mushroom is off-center, that tells me that I need to move the image somehow, or... Not really clear on that. And... yeah, the fact that some of the mushrooms are off-center... Well, let's do a bit of a quick count here. There are 5 mushrooms that are positioned on the left column, 3 in the middle, 2 on the right. That tells me nothing. There are 3 different spaces that have a right arrow, which also doesn't tell me very much. You're clearly supposed to assemble them in a certain order. Though I don't know what that order is going to be. Yeah, you have 12 spaces, and you have essentially what would be 12 letters here that might be junk, but then you select 4 of the letters that are positioned where the question blocks are positioned, and then that would give you the 4 that you need. I'm looking at the crystal decorations on the bottom level as well, but I don't think they'll be relevant. I think we just need to look inside the box. And... yeah, some kind of 4-letter solution that will exclude the T and the S. You'll exclude the T and the S, and then you will have a... yeah, I'm still thinking about this and trying to determine if we can do... The thing is, I don't know what the arrows mean, because it's not just a strict linear path to follow, because of the fact that the arrows would create infinite loops if you just try to trace a path. And also you have some many-to-one sections as well. So you're not just supposed to follow a path, you're supposed to perhaps read each of them individually to point to the position. Oh, yeah, no, I think I know. Okay. Maybe the mushroom position doesn't matter. So what we're going to do is we're going to read T as the N. Then we're going to read... I don't know about that. A as the O. Then you read the H as the A, because it's pointing left. So you take each of the spaces and you just read where the arrow is pointing. You don't read that space, you read the destination space of the arrow instead. And there will be a couple of duplications and redundancies, but that's okay. This interpretation doesn't create problems for that. And then you have... Now, how do I know this is the correct reading order, that we go row by row rather than column by column? We don't know that. And it runs into trouble with the S and the right arrow, except it doesn't matter because we don't care where that points. It's not going to be part of the solution. And you think you got it again? Yeah, excellent. I'm still thinking. Let's R, then C. No, sorry, C would point to O. E would point to L. L would point to Y. S would point to whatever. It would point to grinder. We don't care because we want something selective here. We would want the 2nd, 5th, 9th positions, or let me think about this. I don't think the solution works, but we're taking a stab here. Yeah, so there are 12 positions. 2, 5, 8, and 11, rather, are the positions that you need. So it would be O, and O, R, and Y, Uri. No, that's not going to be it. Maybe you just read it straight. Maybe you just read it straight. And you would A-N-I-L. No, it can't be. Too much irrelevant information. So, we haven't understood how to use the arrows, and we haven't understood how to use the mushroom positioning. But it's clear to me that short crystal is kind of the beginning of that string in the other room, and tall crystal is the end. So the question would be, does the positioning of those doodads actually matter, or are they just something that is placed immaterially to just kind of blend into the background and look like accidental background, rather than jump out at the player as something that is very conscious? Because maybe we can assume that the positioning in the column does not matter at all, and then we would mainly be interested in reading the arrows and understanding how the arrows work. Because it's not just going to be a pathfinding thing. Let's set this one aside for a moment. Other solutions are easy enough that we should maybe do other solutions first. Okay, light bulb. Let's take a look at the main arrangement again of the power-ups, or what we want for the solution space. We want something that's effectively 8 letters. So it is a burner room. Let's go down to the burner room nodes. We'll skip grinder room for the moment until we find out more what's going on. So you have spiny, mushroom, propeller, trampoline, 1-up, E-pow, fuzzy shell. We just say Buzzy for simplicity. We can also call trampoline Spring for simplicity, but yeah, sure, why not? Doesn't matter. Just compresses space. And then they have this wavy structure to them. That is probably just a product of my spawning in. I think what's happening here is that the positioning actually doesn't matter, but the only reason that they are kind of creating waves is because depending on how I actually walk towards that location, yeah, they're spawning, unless they drop off some track that's loaded in very early. Like, it's possible probably to break the spawn here. I think their position on a track probably doesn't matter because it would be too sensitive to player input when it comes to how the player arrives in this location and gets everything on screen. So in that case, let's go back and let's just try to make it correspond. Yeah, so it looks like we need to kind of decipher what each of those letters are. mean, bottom left is blue. Top right is green. I'm just reading the names of the colors. 4 letters for blue, 5 letters for green. Notice that there's some duplication there as well with perhaps both of the springs there are the letter E and it's just not necessarily in order. Maybe. But then you would need blue and green to have some kind of similarity due to the brick, unless the brick is just meant to be a blank. Yeah, brick is definitely a blank. It's not part of the solution space, so... But then even so, you wouldn't have any commonalities between the word blue and the word green. It could also be something like teal. Alright. Which would then have 2 unique letters. Then what do we do with the whole pink section at the bottom here? Does this give me sufficient information? Let's see. Are all the items accounted for? I think they are. Spiny is here. Mushroom, propeller, spring 1-up, how and buzzy. So yeah, each of these is supposed to give me a complete key for the letters of the alphabet that are represented by the objects. And then we assemble them into the 8-letter word in the other room. Problem is, if they are all color words, we need to think outside the box a bit. Because we would need... yeah, and it looks like the bricks are going to be wildcards here. Just got this one very clever. Yeah, thinking about it. I don't think the order matters. I do think that backgrounds clearly do matter. But it's not going to be totally straightforward. So notice that the only one that doesn't have any blanks, or bricks rather, is the top left with red. And you got spiny, mushroom, propeller, ring P. So you've got 5 unique letters, or what I think are letters. And it is something that has to do with red, perhaps. Red, scarlet, crimson. What's something that's 5? It's not ruby. Standing here with the light bulb matters somehow. And I don't know why yet. That you need to stand in this location because maybe it gives you the correct camera positioning for it. Turn on the lights. Thinking about it. Yeah, it's definitely supposed to give me some kind of alphabetic key, though. You know what? Let's think about blue and green. And if there are some redundancies, like if multiple objects refer to the same letter, that's actually okay. We shouldn't think of that as a constraint. So, for example, let's say we have blue. Let's do this as a constraint problem. And let's say the brick doesn't matter, then we would have P equals L, like P block rather equals L, mush equals U, And then you would have fuzzy is E. But then you have the same order on the right side. Like if you look at the pink spot, it also goes something P mushroom buzzy. And so if you're thinking about those as equivalent, then the one that is pink would also need to be called like blue something, which doesn't seem to make sense. Or not blue. Maybe it's something LUE, like, I don't know, Clueless or whatever, which I suppose is a film that has some association with the color pink. Blue. Yeah, it could be something LUE. It could also be something rearranged, remember, because if you're thinking about the top right as green, then obviously the springs can't both be the letter E and the N. It would have to be E and E somehow. We're going to run out of time on this because I've just been running the clock on it, but that's okay. It's mesmerized and watching the animation, so I feel like this is kind of a blind alley. I don't like just going blue with it. It causes too many issues that make it unlikely. Because we haven't dealt with the similarity between the bottom left and the bottom right when it comes to the P mushroom buzzy arrangement. And until we deal with that, we're not likely to make headway with that. So yeah, we have roughly what to look for here. So what information haven't we used yet? We haven't used the fact that I, for some reason, must stand here. So apparently standing here doesn't give me a solution, standing here doesn't give it to me, I need to stand here somehow. Light bulb. Well, the backgrounds are a differentiator. I feel like the backgrounds must absolutely matter. And I think my general idea of the structure here is correct, that this is supposed to give me an alphabetic key for the other room up front. Unless it's the other way around. I don't know what else this would correspond to. Helmet mushroom, propeller, spring P. Unless they're not letter clues, unless they're something else entirely. I'm gonna rethink that, and this one. Let's head back out. So yeah, the ones we don't have so far is understanding how to connect the crystals over to mushrooms. Read that room. It could be some kind of really oblique clue, like the whole keyboard cat thing here. Some of these clues are definitely much easier to interpret than others. So I've been thinking about this string of 8 objects as the solution space rather than as a key, so that we would be looking for something like an 8-letter word. Also, let's go back to the key entry and let's start jotting down the key entry zone. Let's go final room. And this would be greet. And then ice cream. Measure tick. Each of these has this kind of box equivalent that would then give you an object, and it would be one of the objects that would be associated with my key here. Let's do the final room up top on my notes, actually, because then we can put it with my solutions. So apart from the bumper being on top of the fire bar, and yes, I know sound is dead. Apart from the bumper being on top of the fire bar, everything does have a kind of left to right order. I mean, I guess the blade is also above the red cannon. And so all this stuff here, you would have icicle is unlock, blaster's ruler, ruler, kebab, scare, unlock, and hello. I don't know if it's supposed to tell a story or something. You have a lot of potential objects to deal with here. We may eventually use the hint rooms, at least to see how they're put together. But I did want to see how far I could get without that first, so. We need to punch 4 objects. And we need to correspond each of these words to those 4 objects using the clues that I had previously. Maybe the equal sign here is some kind of overlay. Like you would have greet. What would greet have to do with? Either of these two. Let's see, and then ice cream, something equals something. Oh, it's an analogy. It's an analogy. Greet is to something as something is to object. Now, each of these 8 spots must correspond, I think, to the 8 objects that we have. Firebar, icicle, blaster claw, red cannon, bumper, grinder, burner. Yeah, I think this is analogical reasoning. That's what it is. So measure would be ruler, for instance. You measure something with a ruler, and then the ruler would be in the blaster room. And then what would be the object associated with the blaster? You know what? Let's go back to the front. Because I think, so we need to think of each of these solutions as pairs. P-A-I-R-S, not as the fruit. So this is a pair. This is a pair. This is a pair. Which may make the Claw and the Firebar pair, although I don't really know. That's kind of just being done by elimination here. At the end of this reset, I'll reset the audio. Do we have anything to indicate that might be the case, or is it just by elimination? But it looks like all of the ones besides this are kind of linked to each other, right? So, for example, you would have Firebar, Claw, Icicle, Blaster, and then you would have Red Cannon. Let's bring up the notes. Bumper, Grinder, Burner. Let's fix this quickly. Hang on. Because if you have the word measure, that obviously takes you to the ruler, and then that association may give you an analogy that is going to be useful. And a kebab would be a skewer, for instance, right? So you would know that the skewer, for instance, is going to be... Yeah. Okay. I know how to think about this. I know how to think about the meta clue. Yeah. Let's go back and I'll show you. We have 4 word associations that match to these 4 words. So greet is hello. Greet is the... Hang on, let's tab this properly. Greet someone with a hello. Ice cream is something we don't have yet. Measure is a ruler. The tick is something else. But hello is Red Cannon and is associated with a bumper. So you would have hello equals kebab, and kebab is a skewer. That's how we're going to think about it. So ruler goes with unlock, and unlock goes with a key. So you know that the second entry is a key. Now we run into some issues because we're missing solutions. We basically have 2 remaining pairs. Let's replace these. So you have unlock equals ruler. Claw is something equals claw, and it's going to be the Firebar solutions. Not claw, scare. Scare is probably boo, by the way. Hello equals kebab. And then the problem with the grinder and bumper is that we don't have either of them, and we do need at least one. And we do know that this is in order. So we know that the code entry is actually going to be skewer something key something, and that one of them is probably going to be the boo. And yeah, so maybe the ordering in this picture doesn't actually matter. Maybe it's okay. Yeah, because if you look at what we have here, the code entry looks like it will be order dependent because of the blue skulls. There is definitely a boo here. One of them will be a boo because it's going to be associated with scare. So let's put this in our notes. That something is going to be equal to scare. Something is going to be something, and that's equal to scare, which then gives you a boo. Then we'll just need to slot that in somehow. And then, whoops, I need to not hit the wrong button all the time. Let's back in here. Let's see. And then let's jot down the other objects that are potentially in play, so we can do some kind of word association accordingly. Unused objects are going to be well, seesaw, spike, vine, ice, squirrel, or acorn, I guess. Let's go acorn. Fireflower, cloud, and blooper. We have 12 different objects. Wait, that's not right. What do we not account for then? Yeah, because... oh, okay, no. Skewer and key have already been taken. Who is going to be taken by something, so we have 5. Yeah, we have 9 remaining objects, and we'll be using one of them. Obviously, it's too complex to just guess. But I think I understand the shape of the code entry now, and how we're supposed to do it. And the 1, 2, 3, 4 here gives you the entry order, so we know skewer is going to be first. We know that key is going to be third. It does mean that we do need to solve some things. Interestingly enough, we can try to reverse engineer something. So for example, let's say we have ice cream. We know that we have... hang on, let me show you. We know that of our remaining solutions, unused solutions, let's say, we have one that's a 4-letter word. We have one that's an 8-letter word, potentially. 4-letter word could just be ice cream cone, for instance. In fact, let's see how we can create the word cone in the path room, just to kind of demonstrate in reverse what it would look like. Do the letters exist in here? Yes, they do. There is a C-O and an E. In the bottom left corner is a little loop. I have no idea how you would get that. How you would get C-O-N-E. Except you would have to have some kind of pathing position. Let's scroll down again. So let's assume it's cone as a solution, just to try to reconstruct what this room is supposed to tell me, even if we're doing it backwards. So solution equals cone. In that case, you would be doing something like this, that you know that there are 12 spots. And then you would be looking for some kind of path that would go over this. Something C blank O and blank blank E blank. And you know that the first one has to be T, the last one has to be S. So how could you possibly get that pathway to function? Like, I don't actually know that they could be T and S. In fact, they could be pointing to something else entirely, but I'm sort of assuming... Notice that C has the mushroom on the left. O has a mushroom on the left. N has a mushroom in the center, and E has a mushroom to the left, which then doesn't help us. So yeah, no, the positioning totally does not matter. Maybe it's supposed to be some kind of dial? I don't actually know. But I think the solution is probably going to be something like cone. And then that would mean that the 8-letter idea that we have here is probably going to be accounted for. Let's go back up. So, for example, well, let's clear up some of this stuff. Firebar equals scare. And then grinder equals burner, but then we know that that one is potentially cone equals something that is 8 letters, which we don't know. It would be 8 unique letters as well. And then this would be something equals boo. Now the firebar clue has how many letters? Let's take a look, because maybe we can reverse engineer something with it as well. It has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 letters as well. So let's say we have an 8-letter solution to this one. Then we can come back. We never did understand anything about that room, really, apart from starting to put some of the solutions together partially. Let's go back. Let's go back to the solution room. If I do manage to solve this without hints, we'll look at the hint one, and we'll have to look at the hint room at the end, but cone feels right and it gels with what you were thinking for how that puzzle works. Yeah. I would like to actually prove that I know how it works, but I've solved a number of these puzzles by Red Beer before without actually understanding 100% of the puzzle rooms. So that's kind of a secondary priority. So we don't know what tick is associated with. Tick, under the logic that I have, if ice cream maps to cone, tick maps to an 8-letter word that is the solution to the first room. Or it doesn't map to that. It could map. Remember, these could also be in reverse order. Tick. Would there be a reason that it would map to? You know what? If ice cream cone. Okay, no. I've got it. So we know that these could be in a reverse order as well. That, for example, yeah, greet was hello, measure was ruler. What I mean by that is that ruler was associated with unlock. And there's no particular rule to which one has to be on the left side and the right side. We kind of follow the word association, and we do that accordingly. So we look at the pairing between firebar and claw, and we say, okay, does it make sense for tick to point to scare? No, it doesn't. It makes a lot of sense for scare to point to boo. Tick points to something else that is an 8-letter word. And we have no idea what. I'm thinking about clocks, like whether there's stopwatch is 9, clock is 5, obviously. Ticking time bomb, maybe? It could be time bomb or something like that. Like we could sort of think about it as time bomb and see if it actually works. I mean, ice cream is kind of put together as one string. It would be not beyond this puzzle to have like time bomb as one string. But we can. Let's say solution equal time bomb, or 8 letters associated with tick. And there's a redundancy there of the B, of course, but I don't think that particularly matters. I have no idea how that room works. So this is just a shot in the dark. But the important thing here is that we actually have sufficient information to establish that the fourth code entry is going to be a boo. Because that's going to be equals scare. That's going to be boo. So ice cream is probably maybe cone. We'll put it in parentheses because I'm unsure. Equals something. 8-letter word that gives you something. And so, unfortunately, it seems like we will have to solve the power-up on track one. I shouldn't say unfortunately. I mean, it's fun to do these. But we do know 3 of the parts of the solution. That it's skewer something key boo, and that's the final code entry, and we don't even need to solve all the puzzles to do it. That's okay. We've done plenty of these with fuzzy information before. I remember there was one Redbeard puzzle that I just kind of circumvented substantially because I had some anagramming skills and I could just spot where it was going with a particular word clue. And yeah, we have to solve this one. So let's think about it. So I think associating each of these with a color probably doesn't work. I think the fact that they are oscillating up and down tracks doesn't matter. I think that is likely to be a positional thing, just to get things to stay in place. Because the track positioning would depend on the player camera, as I was saying in the main room. Let's think about this a little further. The duplication of P mushroom helmet, like P mushroom Buzzy, really kind of throws me off here, because you would need some kind of substring that works with both the bottom left and bottom right. So for example, if it's blue, then this would need to be like, I don't know, clueless or something. If it's something like teal, then this would need to be... who knows? We can maybe... So the P and the mushroom match up here. So if it's something like blue, then we have enough information to maybe construct what's going on in the red one, because we have something U, something, something L, for instance. And then the spring would match up to something in green, which might also be some other synonym. It might also be just an object that is that color. Rather than thinking about it in terms of color words, we might be thinking about objects that those represent. Or... yeah, maybe something like that. But I still don't know what to do with this pink glue here. Interestingly enough, because this and this give you the same objects, the only interesting information that solving both of these give you is the similarity reinforcing that these 3 objects represent certain letters that you otherwise don't gain any information from solving both. Like, the point of solving both is to reinforce the solution to these objects by way of redundancy. The duplication of the spring here throws me off a bit. How isn't found anywhere else? One-up mushroom is not found anywhere else. The words could very well be scrambled. I'm thinking Yeah, because it is blue, it doesn't necessarily mean B-L-U-E. It could be in any order. And in that case, then the similarity between these two would actually be useful. Light bulb. Light bulb. Turn on the lights. Primary colors of light. No. Turn on the light bulb. You stand in a box. You have all 4 colors. Standing in the box is something I don't understand how to use yet, and we need it. Light bulb. Powering on the light bulb. Look at the background. If you stand in a specific location, so usually the reason that you would be required to stand in a specific location is because the background parallax would matter. So, does it matter that we have no waterfalls to the left and waterfalls to the right, for instance? That seems way out of the box, but that would be a reason why you were asked to stand here. And it's the kind of thing that we shouldn't discount because background art is sometimes pretty relevant. You stand here, you look at the 4 areas around you. I wonder if there's some additional color clue that I need to be looking at here. So supposing that the duplication of the springs on green is the letter E, then you would have 3 letters here that you might be able to use. We might need a good word here for pink. Let's brainstorm a bit using the bot. If my bot is actually on. That's a lot of words related to pink. And I doubt it's something like dianthus. For those who don't know, the related command just tells you which words have the kind of capsule summary definitions in the Scrabble dictionary that would involve the word pink in some way. Or something similar. Let's go back out to the main room. Let's take a look at this again. I have been assuming thus far that this is a solution rather than key. Have answer for a future puzzle be Horokaka. Yeah, what a great word. It's a Maori word for a low-growing New Zealand plant with fleshy leaves and pink or white flowers. I'm sure everybody will get that. That is an amazing word, though. And yeah, the Octothorpe symbol means that the word only appears in the International Scrabble Dictionary, not the North American tournament one. So, but that's the case for a lot of words that are from Maori. That they are playable in International Scrabble, but not North American. Okay. Let's see. Mushroom, acorn. I feel like this is the solution. But the fact that each of these is unique does make me rethink this slightly. You can have 8 unique letters. Thing is, if the top right is green, that actually does very strictly constrain the spring to representing E. But then it would also mean that anagramming is possible and the letters aren't necessarily in order. If we open ourselves up to that, we get into some pretty severe issues with the ambiguity of one of these letters, which maybe is the point of this bottom right one, to kind of eliminate ambiguity by forcing a similarity in the substring. What's their 8-letter word for pink? Or so, I mean, we have to kind of commit to that idea. Is like, do we permit anagramming or not? It seems like it would massively complicate this, especially with all the blank spaces. And so I'm kind of thinking no. I'm kind of thinking that we just need a better solution for this one here that has 2 repeat letters. Like another word for green. Yeah, one came out. I was also kind of considering something like alphabetical order. And then we would just kind of need to anagram that at the end. Unless you just mean that it says like A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. I think that would be maybe a little too restrictive, given that we use all 5 available pieces here with no unknown bricks. Let's see. We have propeller mushroom. Let's see if the order matches the order outside. Spiny mushroom, propeller, spring pea. Spiny mushroom, propeller, spring pea. Look at that. So this is interesting. That the order of letters there matches the order of letters here, which actually gives credence to the idea that but then you run into stuff like pea, mushroom, element, and that no longer works. But that's kind of curious, that the order of appearance of each of these objects in the top left matches their order of appearance in the main room. And yeah, Spencer 2B, I don't know how many of Redbeard's puzzles you've played in the past, but if you enjoyed this one, definitely go back to some of the older ones. We've solved a couple of them on the stream before, and they've all been experiences of a very similar character. Very elaborate sets of decryptions that you have to combine into some kind of mega decryption. And they always have very satisfying solutions. You've played most of Redbeard's stuff, okay. Yeah. Well, glad to hear you could catch up on this one as well then. Yeah. No, I always find these puzzles appealing for their verbal element. There's not as much going on in most other Mario Maker puzzles when it comes to kind of tapping into the verbal side of my brain. So it's always nice to have something like that. It's been a long time since I played one of these too, so, you know, my approach to them, I think, has to be relearned from scratch. So anyway, that seems to be an important observation here, that the top left matches the order in the outside room. That's not true of the other 3 spots here, but maybe for pattern recognition reasons, that's actually important somehow. Or... yeah, notice that there are 7 bricks, which doesn't match the 8 objects on the outside. I may be thinking about this the wrong way. It may be that the bricks... no, I think if the bricks were actually part of the solution space rather than as wildcard letters, they would probably have been designated with question blocks instead. I think they are just wildcards. I have been assuming that all along the bricks are just wildcard letters, and I could very well be very wrong about that. But they would allow you to have letters that are potentially outside the space of the character set that we've been given with the 8 objects in the hub room outside. And I don't know if that necessarily means that they are letters that will definitely not be part of the set, or if there's some room for overlap and redundancy, but we just don't know either way. Standing here, like, why am I standing here? I'm standing here because this is the furthest extent of the scroll, but the only purpose to standing here that I can think of is to make the parallax tell me something about the waterfall. And I see no other reason why things will be framed that way. Especially because, you know, that room seems to have been built at a very deliberate distance. So you have green, you have... this is... very curious. I'm just so fixated on this idea of color words that I think it's leading me down a blind alley where we need to think about something else to do with differentiating these backgrounds. And yeah. Yeah, Mang, it's definitely one of those moments. Let's take a look at the notes again. I mean, we must get this, and we must find some kind of word that will have an association with one of the keys. We may eventually look at the hint room, but I don't know. We'll try to struggle through it first. I mean, I think I have a general shape of it that, like, it is perfectly consistent with a lot of these other clues for this to just give you the expectation of an 8-letter solution that uses each letter uniquely. Maybe uniquely, maybe not. You gotta think about it. Spiny Mushroom Propeller Spring Key. I'm trying to think about the object names themselves and whether they're just a straight substitution. So you have... Yeah, this central bit here. Standing here and having the arrows point to all 4 locations. This I don't understand. What is the point of standing there? You can stand there because the background lines up with the waterfall. Why do the arrows encourage me to read all 4? It should be relatively obvious. Maybe it is another crossword solving thing where E. Though I don't know if I can think of an 8-letter word that would fit well with what's going on with the pink piece. Pink semi-solid, rather. Pea mushroom fuzzy shell. This is oddly hypnotic just to look at these go up and down while I attempt to solve it. Okay. Oh. Spring mushroom. If the spring is E, then you have an E over here. You have mushroom and P giving you 2 additional letters over here. Potentially blue, but then... You know, if the letters are unique, if this is blue, then you actually know that the blank would have to be an E, because otherwise an E would be represented by the spring. So then you would have BLU in some order with these 2, and 2 of those letters would appear in the top left. Yeah, because we're assuming the anagram is possible. And so you would have this give you the letters B, L, and U in some order inside a word that has to do with pink. And I'm thinking about what that could be. I'm thinking about flower terms mostly. Mario, Luigi, Toad, and Princess. Yes, 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 I see it. It's wonderful. That is wonderful. Okay, no. We need to stop and appreciate this. We need to stop and appreciate this. Spencer 2B, you are not kidding about this solution. That is... puzzle moment of the month right there. That is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. That was incredibly satisfying. Okay. We need to get the notepad up for a moment. Yeah. I'm glad we stared at that for as long as we did, because it made it all the sweeter. Okay. Let's go down to Runner Room. Okay. Mario, Luigi, Toad, Princess. Now, what does that give me? Gives me M, Spiny, A, R, I, then P is a little bit lower. 1 up would then be G, Marigold, which would be Fireflower. Easy. The funny thing is, nothing I was doing up to that point actually led me up to that solution, although having the doubled I in Luigi definitely helped. Because as soon as I spotted that, it's basically I spotted Mario, Luigi, Toad, and Princess. It felt intuitively correct, and then the first thing I looked at was the doubled spring in the top right, which I'd been thinking of with green the whole time. And then Luigi obviously fits with I being assigned to the spring. And there you go, Marigold. So we'll attempt briefly. I think I have the complete solution now, but we'll attempt briefly to actually understand how Grinder gives you what is it? Cone for the ice cream. And Firepower, I was thinking like the only thing that fits with Tick, that is 8 letters, is something like Time Bomb, but I don't actually know if that's true. We'll have to go back to that and maybe try to reconstruct a solution. I never understood the Yoshi clue with the empty blue block either, and so we might need to go back for that. So, anyway. Marigold. Fireflower. So the key is going to be Skewer, Key, Skewer, Fireflower, Key, and Boo. Let's enter it. Okay. I think we've got it. I think we've got it. Change character to Princess. Done. Oh no, it's Toadette. That's why. Because the first 3 letters match. Look, I'm still in Super Mario 3D World mode here. This is Mario Maker. It's obviously Toadette, and I was making such a big deal about how the letters 2, 3, and 4 match. Yeah. Anyway, man, good call on that. Eight-letter words are all the same anyway. Okay. And it doesn't affect the solution. So, Egg is Cook, welcome. You got to see the moment of truth. Skewer. Fireflower. And then, what was it? Key and Boo. Where's Key? And then Boo. Toadette is the princess, the true princess. I think they even established that with NSMBU Deluxe. So now, let's see what happens. That's supposed to give me something, right? Or is it not? Wait a moment. Maybe not solving that final puzzle was a problem. Maybe I was supposed to hit something additional. Like maybe actually hit the block. Why did this code entry not seem to work? Give me one moment here to figure this out. It doesn't help that my local sound actually died, so I couldn't actually hear the activation. Unless Marigold means something else. I was thinking Marigold has to be Fireflower. But does it need to be? And, oh, did we just not do it in the right order? Let me go back. Ice cream cone to Marigold to Fireflower. Skewer, Fireflower, Key, Boo, right? What do we do? What do we do wrong? Oh, I didn't actually hit the blocks. I don't know if I need to. It doesn't affect anything entity-wise, so I don't see why I wouldn't have to. Anyway. Let's rethink this. Maybe Toadette does matter here, and maybe we failed that somewhat deliberately to get Toadette back into the picture. But it's giving me the order 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Like, look at the tracks on the left. 1, 2, 3, and then the Call of Duty style 4 with the 4 tick marks. We know greet to hello and kebab to skewer. We know ice cream cone to marigold to fireflower. Measure to ruler to unlock to key. And tick to something, probably a time bomb or something. To scare to boo. Oh, no. We maybe... Let's not hit the on-off switch. I thought the on-off switch has to be the key entry, but... Maybe if you just get everything to activate, then you just go back through the door, and then... Maybe something will happen with the key spawn. Let's do this again. Let's make sure everything has plenty of room to activate as well. We got that. Fireflower, key, and boo. Right? Key and boo. Now let's just go out directly in case something has activated. Nope. You need to hit the switch. You would think so, given the activation pattern here. Let's again. Unlock has to be key, right? Let's whack this. I would have thought that some kind of mechanism maybe resets it too. I think things happen again. Unless I'm supposed to hit the on-off switch first and then load everything to have an additional switch activation. Doesn't seem right. Thought I'd read the order clue correctly. I mean, the fact that I haven't actually solved 100% of the puzzle here might also cause some issues. We can always look at a hidden room afterwards, but... Oh, we also never used the central picture clue here. So it's getting me to pay attention to 1, 2, 3. Or I'm operating the lock correctly. Okay, I'm just doing something wrong after that. I'm operating the lock correctly, okay. Okay, so it's something wrong with my solution. Let's go back. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, input the skulls and then hit on off. Okay, so something is wrong with my solution then. Let's take a look at this. We had greet is hello. Maybe the equivalences are not correct because I was assuming that if you had two puzzles in the same conjoined room, that they would be the ones that are naturally going to be linked. Like these two are linked. These two are linked. These two are linked. And these two are linked. That's not necessarily a problem. That's not necessarily the case, rather. We need to look at the image. Because I think the image might actually give you a vital piece of information about how they are matched. With the overlaps here, but yeah, some of the pairings are not correct then. But then I seem to have created a pretty valid set of solutions. Like for example, you know, cone isn't going to match up to anything. Cone's got to be on the left side. Like some solutions will definitely have to be on the left and therefore not part of the word association. We have the correct pool of words, therefore. We have the correct pool of words, we don't have a correct order. And we need to think about how everything is linked. Is it that the objects are touching? Is it that the objects are... Yeah, we need to redo some of this, because I'd previously only associated the firebar and the claw by elimination when there was no really any additional reason to believe in that. Most of our solution will remain intact. We know... I mean, it doesn't help that we have no idea what the firebar solution is, but let's assume it's a ticking time bomb because it doesn't link to anything else that is unaccounted for. We know also that the tutorial area, or rather the hint area that we have deliberately not looked at, gives you these sets of objects that are from left to right. You know, bumper, cannon, claw, burner. And that here, in these images, there's no overlap. I certainly hope the hints are optional. Because I feel like I should have sufficient information to understand the picture clue here. Yeah, so the picture clue tells you which object linkages you need, I think. And again, maybe it is analogical thinking. Hint and hint area are optional. Yeah, exactly. So, I think we need to do it by analogy, then. So, you greet someone with a hello. An ice cream sits in a cone. You measure something with a ruler, which seems analogous to greeting someone with a hello, so that doesn't help at all. But the picture clue should help. The picture clue seems like it's important. But then you have so many overlaps here, right? That it looks like there's so many overlaps here that I don't quite know how to rethink our pairings. But we clearly need to rethink our pairings, that we have the right objects in the wrong order, somehow. And I guess ice cream is served in a cone, kebab is served on a skewer, for instance. I like that kind of thinking. Ice cream is served in a cone, kebab is served in a skewer. What do you even do with the marigold? I don't know. because a fire flower looks like a marigold. That is, I think, getting me into trouble with the fact that we haven't solved the tick clue. You greet someone with a hello. And you unlock something with a key, but then why wouldn't that just link up to measuring with something with a ruler? Oh, you greet someone with a hello, but you scare them with a boo, and those link together well because they are things that you say. Okay, okay. Let's redo this. Yeah, let's go back to analogical thinking because that's how we should have done pairings. Greet with hello equals scare with boo. I like that. Ice cream on cone equals kebab on skewer. Measure with ruler equals unlock with key. That fits. So we need to reorder two. And then tick is something... Oh, I bet a tick is like... Maybe it's a tick that is supposed to be a kind of parasite or something. And then a marigold is a kind of fire flower? I guess marigold is a kind of flower. It's not technically a fire flower. So maybe a tick was never a time bomb. Maybe it's supposed to be something like a parasite or something else. Like the thing is, we just never solved that, right? So we don't know what it is. Tick is, and then marigold is flower, but it's going to be something analogical. And so we're going to reorder this, and we're going to do a code entry that is boo skewer key flower. You were also guessing parasite. Okay. Pure guess. Okay, so you hadn't solved it either. Yeah. So, yeah. Okay. In that case, we're going to reorder this. We're going to say boo skewer key flower. Boo skewer key and flower. Hey, Electro Dude, welcome. Oh, maybe we need to hit this. Now, the mechanism should get me back out and give me a key. And give me a way to proceed. And time's up, so I didn't actually get to see that. So let's redo it. And let's go for some kind of, well, not exactly speed record, but you get the idea. Okay. Do a little ground pound cancel there just to prove something. Anyway, boo. One came in, waiting was not the issue there. I just ran out of time. I just died to the clock. Boo, skewer, key, and flower, yeah. And then, whoops, hit the switch. And it comes back. Great. That means we've done it correctly. I should at this point... Oh, wait for a block to blow up. Oh, yeah, I'm supposed to get a key, aren't I? Yeah. So one came in. Yeah, no, my local sound is dead. That's why I didn't hear that maybe there was a bomb going. Did I break this? I think I broke this because I... Yeah, when I was trying to get the stream sound working again, my local sound died. Yeah, because I was supposed to get a key at the location, but then something is supposed to get me through here, right? Or... Oh, no. It's supposed to... Wait a minute. This got me back out though, so that's correct. That's correct. Yeah, I think I was supposed to maybe not break things that way. Hang on. Did I just break this then? With the single activation of the on-off switch? I actually did. Let's redo this. We did get it correct. Yeah. I just broke this thing. Also, let's turn off the notes since we want to just see this by now. Okay, let's do it. Let's go boo. Skewer. And key. And then flower. And then we'll hit this. We'll let the thing reset, and then we'll wait around until something happens. Yeah, because look at the bomb. Bomb blows up. And then we pick up the key. And we pick up the squirrel. Oh, that's excellent. That's very clever. That you don't just use the objects as indicators of the code, but they are actually your ticket out of here. I was kind of assuming that the state switch, or maybe something breaking off screen would give me a vine spawn here or something, but this is even better. A lot better, in fact. Yeah, and the bomb was visible the whole time out the corner. Anyway, we got it. GG, I don't know what that means. Just so accustomed to decoding things at this point. Anyway. I want to dive back in here for a moment so we can talk about this. Thank you for the GG's. Fantastic level. Fantastic level. That said, we never solved two things. We never understood anything about this. And I actually didn't particularly try. We're not going to spend too long on this because we had the solution already, but I do want to at least look at it and see what we missed. We're leaving it as princess in my notes just for posterity, but so I think I read all of the stuff on the left properly. We had Hoodwink, Music Genre, Wicked, Terminator, Avenger, Primate, Mouse, Condiment. So we were thinking that ultimately it has to be something like Parasite, because Tick is a kind of parasite the way that Marigold is a kind of flower. But we have no idea what the ordering is supposed to be like for these solutions. Nor do we know if we had very many of the right clues to work with in the first place. And we also just never understood this thing here, which is supposed to tell me what the blue block even is. That it was pointing to the left, you get egg. To the left or right, you get star. Up you get boo, down you get key. Why? Why would that matter? Yeah, I do want to do at least 1 or 2 more puzzles today after this one. So I will not stick around to completely solve this for very long, but I want to make sure, while Redbeard is here especially, that when we take a look at it and try to figure out where the dead end was. Because, Spencer, as I understand it, you also didn't make any headway with this one. Let's think about it. Yeah, because blue is supposed to give you letters maybe. Hint will help if needed. You know what? Yeah, we should actually look at hint rooms, because we solved the puzzle anyway. And I'm actually kind of curious what the hint rooms were now. I actually do want to see them so we can see them on stream. So let's take a look and see if we can interpret that. I'm quite willing to look at it now that we have gone through. And we wanted firebar room, right? So let's take a look at this. Yeah, and so, oh, okay, I guess you have a hint for each of the puzzles. So it says pokey, and then that's the letter P. I see. So the wheel tells me that the blue blocks don't represent a letter. They represent an object that fits into the word. So this says pokey. And then the question block gives you a P. Okay. And then you took a hint, so you have to take a death, which totally makes sense to me. Yeah, Electrodude sound has been going kaput all day, which is too bad because I kind of dialed down some things on my computer specifically to try to address that, and it actually seemed to make it worse. We'll reset after I've talked about this. Okay. But then how do you select between boo, egg, key, and star then? Boo, egg, key, and star. Maybe it's something that they all have in common? Oh, no, I get it. So I was saying the whole time that Arnold Schwarzenegger doesn't fit. Arnold Schwarzenegger totally fits if you think of egg as one character. So you see, the thing is, you have to choose between these ones to pick the one that makes the most sense. I get it. So, yeah, because of course Terminator is Schwarzenegger, right? And that was what I was thinking to begin with. So you see Terminator. Terminator points to this. And then Schwarzenegger would give you C in that spot. Let's try to solve this clue. We have actually some insight now, so let's fix the audio first. I think it's probably because I'm pausing so often and killing the sound input that it's not reestablishing the sound input when I unpause. But we have a way to approach this room now, which... And I'll look at how you do the other hints too for the rooms that we have solved, just to see what you put into the design and admire it properly, since we're here anyway. So, we know that the blue block can be equal to egg, boo, oh, note screen. We know the blue block can be equal to egg, boo, e, or what was the other one? I've got zero memory for this stuff. Or star, okay. Hoodwink, I don't really have a good idea. You hoodwink someone, you fool them, you... Yeah, confuse is actually way too much of a stretch originally, so let's delete some of this stuff. Let's rethink this completely. It's not James Cameron, it is... It'd be... Egg. Is it E, R, or A? Schwarzenegger. I can never spell his name. And Avenger would not be Groot or Widow, it would be something like Star-Lord? No, that's too far back. It's it would be something blank blank, but then 3 letters, and then blank. Or 4 letters if it's star. So it wouldn't be something egg, it wouldn't be Boo. E. Oh, it would be Stark, right? Tony Stark? No. No, that doesn't quite fit either. Wouldn't be Tony Stark. It's kind of promising, wasn't it? To think about it that way. It would be something else. But anyway, let's rethink all of this stuff. Let's replace each of these with... We'll do 3 dots here, even though it could be star. So Schwarzenegger would give you C. Then Avenger would give you something else. This is no longer Kong, this would be Monkey, actually. Oh, I notated this incorrectly in the first place, didn't I? Or... No, it can't be Monkey then, because the question block is in last position. We would need the blue block to be in last position for it to be Monkey. For Primate. Unless the two are interchangeable, and I don't think they are. So, Primate would be something else. It's not Monkey. Mouse would be Mickey. Mickey. Like, Mouse is definitely Mickey. Which would then give you I. Condiment would then be something like... And yeah. I feel like the fact that star could be 4 letters here is totally going to throw off my notation. Primate. Okay, yeah, I messed up the primate clue. Just let's fix that. Condiment is going to be in a similar situation. It's not going to be ketchup or something. Wow, this is actually still difficult. Music genre might be something that we can do. Something egg, something boo. I'm not sure. Might be something with egg as well. I wonder if the positioning matters for determining. So for example, Terminator points to the left and you know it's going to be egg. Mickey Mouse points to the right and you know it's going to be key. Let's take a look at the positioning again. No, key is down, so I don't think the positioning matters. I think it's just going to be a selection. Yeah, there was an up arrow as well. The boo. I'm not convinced that the directional arrows matter, because there's nothing about the arrow from mouse that tells you that's going to be key. I think you just need to just kind of slot things in and hope they work. Maybe. Maybe, because it could be something positional here that is a relevant piece of information. What would we have? We would have hoodwink, we have music genre. You got primate, okay. Well, it's not monkey. It's something like orangutan would fit. Gorilla. Donkey Kong, no. It wouldn't be any of that. Human. No, it doesn't fit. Baboon, baboon. It is baboon. Yeah, that's what it is. So you have C and I. And then, yeah, we still don't know how to relate to a tick. Condiment. 6 or 7 letter, depending on whether there's a star in it. I don't know, it's not ketchup. Oh, horseradish, mayo. Mustard. Mustard, yeah. Hang on. You can see it. Arachnid. Wouldn't be arachnid. Is a tick an arachnid? That would imply that the first letter of Avenger would be an H. Let's pause this before we time out. Let me think about this for a moment. Ticks are parasitic arachnids that are part of the Mitsu order parasitiforms. Okay, yeah, they are arachnids. You see, this is how you expose that, you know, my entomology is so poor I didn't know how many legs a tick had. It totally is supposed to be arachnid. Which means that we need to reverse engineer some of this stuff. So, for example, music would be reggae. Wicked would be something maybe it is. No, it's not Gregory Maguire. It's not. Like something with a Wicked Witch, something with. I'm not exactly sure I can see Wicked still, but Avenger would have something that would start with an H. And it would not be the Hulk. Who starts with an H? Howard Stark? No. It would be H. I mean, I guess he doesn't really count. Let's take a look at his skin. Avenger. It does say Avenger, right? Yeah, it does. But for this to be arachnid, yeah, so Wicked would have to be something A. This would be H. Hoodwink would be. I mean, I'm glad you can solve these from partial information because this doesn't give me much to work with. Wicked, and then something with an A. Hulky, probably. Primate should be Boom Boom. I don't think Boom Boom is a primate. I'm pretty sure Boom Boom is reptilian. He just behaves like a gorilla, but he's trying his best. Anyway, Avenger. H something something. Hawkeye. Hawkeye. With the key being... That's a nice one, actually. You're thinking phonetically, and then you're thinking phonetically about key, you just don't see Hawkeye. It totally is, so. Would be Hawkeye. That's nicely embedded. I quite like that one. Yeah, the back solve helps big time. Yeah, I mean... I think you definitely would be expected in most cases to be using partial information for these, so... Hoodwink... Hoodwink, I just have no idea. Or Wicked. Let's see, Wicked. Not something like a Wicked Witch, it would be something like... Wicked... Not something to do with... Oh! No, it's not going to be... no, I'm of course rethinking the length of the solution. But it's still not something like Elphaba from the musical Wicked. Wicked... Who's Wicked? Not really sure. I'm thinking entirely with, like, witches and such. Unfortunately, Bayonetta doesn't fit either. But I mean, we can kind of eliminate stuff like egg, right? Like we can do it by trial and error, where you can see a boo, you can do a key, you can do a star. Not quite a Rastafarian, but yeah, and you can just kind of fill this in to see what potentially fits. You can do the same with Hoodwink as well. Like a egg. You have to consider all of these. Then, I mean, that is in the second position, right? Yeah, yeah. And it's something longer. Then let's do this somewhat in order. Hello, Centrix. And yeah, Centrix, we solved this puzzle already, but we didn't solve all of the sub-puzzles within it, so we're just kind of going back to do that right now and wrap it up. We did solve the overall piece, though. And it was quite a lot of fun. For anybody coming in late, by the way, I should actually repost the level code, even though I've given away the solution already. Because I haven't posted it in some time. Let's see, where were we? Yeah. I mean, Wicked... I guess it could be something like a taboo. It wouldn't be something to do with cabooses. Because that's trains instead. Wicked... Trying to see what the key could be. Yeah, I don't see this at all, actually. This is just too long a string to work with. Hey, we can do something, though. We're going to ask the bot. Let's see if I know my command properly. Something tells me it's not going to be Telegios. We are going to cheat a little bit. Bamboozle. Bamboozle. Of course it's Bamboozle. Hoodwink is bamboozle. We got it. Well, we got it with the bot's assistance, but so it's not really a solution. But I don't know that I could have gotten that, actually. That's a huge search space to work with. But anyway, that's equal to A, obviously. That's equal to R. We know that because of Arachnid. Let's do the same thing for Wicked, just to see. Pattern search. Just really glad I got the word bot on today. Even though maybe that's partly responsible for breaking the sound on the stream. So, cabooses, whereas caboodle, tabooing. I don't know why a caboodle would be wicked, but maybe there's something I'm not seeing there. Nope. Could also be a... Oh, I guess if you're wicked, you're either bastardly or dastardly. You're probably supposed to be dastardly. Especially if you're playing Fire Emblem, where... for those who don't know, the localizations of the Fire Emblem series have had a very long tradition of the characters calling each other dastards as an insult. Because it's just enough to... Well, first of all, actually work as an insult and Sneak by Nintendo. When you know what they're actually calling each other, especially in a series where genealogy matters as much as it does. Anyway, we quote-unquote solved it, but not really. So yeah, it's going to be dastardly. I don't know that I would have gotten that without solving it backwards like this, but I'm glad we actually managed to establish it in the end. Bamboozle, Reggae, Dastardly, Schwarzenegger, however you spell them, Hawkeye, Baboon, Mickey, and Mustard. In the conservatory with the wrench. Okay, let's take a look at the hint room. We're going to run out of time, but I want to see the hint room for the last thing that we didn't get, which was... let me see which room it was. It was the grinder room, because that was the one with the pathfinding that supposedly gets you cone. Okay. We've got 8 seconds to look at this. So yeah, you are supposed to follow the path. But you're supposed to follow the path indicated by tracks? I thought we did that. I thought I was solving it that way. That you start with the short crystals and you follow the arrows, and that at certain parts of the pattern you have the letters that you pick up along the way. How do we not get that? And did we just misread where the arrows were pointing? The hint room for that one won't give me any new info. No, I want to take a look at it to see what we missed. We want to have a complete look. We spent so long on this anyway, we might as well appreciate it exhaustively. I did have a puzzle playlist today, but realistically I didn't expect to get through it, so we started with T. But then we know that the second one we had to go for was... Oh, we need to think about it like they're tracks, right? And if we think about them like they're tracks, then maybe it was supposed to fall through. Or... Because if you think of them like tracks, then why would you skip the first one? Because you are starting from the position of the object itself. You're not following the arrow. You're not following the center of the square. You're following the object. So the fact that the crystal is on the left side actually does matter. Because it would fall and then it would be caught by the track that takes you from the C. No, that doesn't work. Right? No, I actually don't know how to interpret that. Because it didn't seem like the clue room actually gave me anything that I couldn't figure it out. You might as well give me an actually useful hint, because I feel like we've tapped out the information that I have, and that at this point I am just guessing. But we're supposed to think of it like track positioning where we follow the arrows. It's just that we need to understand which ones to skip, and we did understand the order in terms of having mushrooms 2, 5, 8, and 11, like in positions 2, 5, 8, and 11 be the relevant pieces. So maybe the placement of the objects in the background actually does matter, because they represent where the tracks get caught. The arrows indicate the direction of the path, not the length. There is a unique path from start to finish that hits all mushrooms. Yeah, so that's the thing I missed, was that I never understood why the positioning in the columns matters. And now I do, because now I'm thinking about it in terms of tracks and about finding the unique path that hits the mushrooms. Then you actually get T and C. Ooh, that's kind of hard to estimate, though. Because why would C not just intercept O? Oh, I see. No. That I'm still thinking about it in terms of square by square, when you actually just take the path as long as you need to draw a continuous line. So if you're drawing a continuous line that loops over all of the squares, and if you allow yourself to have overlaps and crisscross structures, which you would necessarily have to do, then the order goes something like T, C, H, A, O. Yeah. Let's jot this down. Let's scroll down somewhere. We're still burning time on this. Where follow the path. And then you would have T, C, H, A, O. And then it would hit a wall with L, so it would L, Y, N. And then it would necessarily go to I, because that's the unique one that has not been hit, and then R, E, S. And that actually gives you the C, O, N, E. I see it. So yeah, no, the positioning of the background elements is not important. It's just the tile placements giving you a continuous line. Yeah, because I was still thinking about it tile by tile, which was why like the kind of many-to-one pathways didn't make sense. And the many-to-one pathways and the loops that I seem to get myself into didn't make sense. Particularly the kind of OLY loop that threw me for a loop. But that's what the solution is supposed to look like. Okay. Last thing I want to do is I want to see what your other hints look like, just out of curiosity. Even though we solved everything. I am here, we might as well take a look to see what you were telling the player. But we got it, so. And I guess I would need to restart every time, because the hint rooms are dead ends. So, claw room, yeah, that just tells you that something shaped like a question block points to question, and then that corresponds to a letter. We read that pretty intuitively. We'll just lower the clear rate a little bit. I could see hints for the last two number translations. Number translations. I'm not exactly sure what you mean by that. Oh, yeah. I see what you mean. Because I kind of guessed that as well, didn't I? Because I didn't know what the 21 Yeah, for the unlock room. Let's see which room was that. That was Icicle. Yeah. Yeah, because I just never knew what that meant. Okay. So, donut block is A for some reason. Roman numeral. Yeah, it says spike is Roman numeral. Cloud refers to the elf, and I still have no idea what it is. Note blocks for binary. Yeah, you can't really signal it much beyond that. 0 and 1. It's pretty obvious it should be binary. And then... what do we even do? Why would... oh, pig... yeah, you step over to red blocks and it's pig, so it's pig platinum. Ice was the dodecahedron one, but then... minus... G-O-N... Dodecagon. Okay, okay. I was thinking dodecahedron for some reason, but dodeca means 12, so... makes sense. This basically tells you compactly you can think about dodecagons. But if you don't know what that means anyway, then you would not know what that means. I still don't know what the elf thing is and why elf gives you 3. Oh, okay. I think for the donut block one, you just needed to count. Maybe. I'm not sure. This looks like a letter A. Unless it's like Starfleet or something. Don't tell me it's actually supposed to be Starfleet. Because I've actually been watching a lot of Star Trek this year, so that's the first thing that came to mind. Because, yeah, it looks like the Starfleet insignia. But then why would that give you 21? Unless it's like 21 in Klingon or something. Clouds, oh, have a flag. Okay. How does that connect to the elf? Why would the elf give you 11? I actually still don't really understand that. Let's go back to the actual room. Elf. I mean, if I didn't see the hint room, why would I associate this with a flag? And how would I get to the number 11? Because what leads me from elf to flag here? I don't see it. Let me think about this for a moment. Shamawa. Oh, okay. And, oh, by the way, it totally is Klingon. I just looked it up. It actually is Klingon, which I guess that was supposed to be a Google solution. Now that the Klingons have been absorbed into Starfleet, apparently. Well, I don't know. Elf. And yes, I know Sound is dead. Elf. I still don't see why... oh. Because... I guess it's supposed to be... yeah, Elfin sounds like 11. Yeah. Okay. Okay. That was a bit of a stretch for me, but I'm not surprised I didn't get that. So, like, I've literally watched or rewatched all of Star Trek from the original series up to Enterprise within the past couple of months. And I would not have gotten that without actually searching for it. But I don't know my Klingon. So. We will not meet with glory in Sto-vo-kor. Not this life. Elf means 11 in German. Yeah. Okay. We have enough German speakers here that maybe it's a bit embarrassing for me not to get it. But we'll take that. Anyway. I don't think we really needed to see hints or anything else. We're just kind of hanging out here anyway, though, so... yeah, I mean, everything else is pretty clear to me. I thought it was actually fairly obvious what to do. The keyboard cat was kind of a nice touch. Let's just take a look. I'm just curious. We'll try to be quick about this. What do we not see? We haven't seen Spike. Example. Yeah. That gives you M, but the sticking point wasn't putting the words together, the sticking point was wondering how the ordering worked, so that would not have helped me with my particular stumbling block. Let's just go over all of them. Now I'm kind of curious how overtly you give things away with the burn a clue. Let's take a look. It's me. Yeah, that totally would have done it. And I know I'm tanking the clear rate on this thing, but we'll take a look anyway. Which ones have I not looked at? We've seen Icicle, we've seen Firebar. We want to see Blaster. And that is just QWERTY, yeah. So you just think about a QWERTY keyboard, yeah, and then Blaster gives you a death. I think we've seen everything. Because I did look at Grinder, I think, or did we see... Let me just take a look here. Did we see every hint? I think we did, but... What was the... Yeah, we saw the bumper room, we saw the grinder room because that's the path. Red cannon room was the Goomba. I think we saw everything. Yeah, so we will tap out at this point. Actually, no, you know what? We'll enter it one more time just to finish this level properly and raise the clear rate back up slightly. Why not? The guy at your sandwich store exclusively calls your name as Mangus. So whenever you... Oh, okay, because it's supposed to be Magnus, yeah. Whenever you order there, you're reminded of Mang. I think whenever I see the number 69 nowadays, I'm reminded of Mang, which kind of tells you how much stronger my associations are with Mario Maker than with its other possible denotations. Anyway, too much information. Oh, let's let the bomb do its job. There we go. We'll give this a spectacular finish. We'll try to do at least 1 or 2 more puzzles today. I don't know if we'll really have time for that much, given that I spent nearly 4 hours in this one, although we did solve it a decent amount of time ago. It's just a matter of how long I can stay. And before I log off and pretend to sleep and wind up playing Splatfest instead. Anyway, Redbeard, really glad I could finally take the time with one of yours for the first time in a long time. I actually saw in my notes that I had started, or had taken like a brief introductory look at Only Illusions at some point, but I never went back to it, and so I should do that one as well at some point. And yeah, my pleasure to digest and be thoroughly digested by the level as well. 5 clears on it. 2 of them are mine. And yeah. Looks very pretty when you look at it in a complete view. Okay. I'm going to bring up another puzzle code. We'll see if this takes as long. And I don't know if I'll actually be able to stay long enough to finish anything else today, but we'll bring up at least 1 more. And let me just dig around my puzzle codes for a bit to see what we have. Because I do have a playlist. Okay, so, for those of you coming in, as announced in the stream title, we have a level design contest on the Mario Maker Puzzle Community Discord, and I will, this time around, finally be one of the people playing and judging all of the levels on stream. And we'll promise to be very judgmental about that indeed. If you are making levels for that, deadline is pretty soon, at the beginning of December. And I mention this because there is a recommended sample puzzle that I have not done, and it is by Rubik's Cube, Sudoku Master Rubik's Cube, that many of you know from that recent Rosetta Block Trials puzzle. And it's kind of a demonstration of what they're going for with this contest and its requirements. It's one of the levels that kind of fits the general idea of what Alternate Dimensions is going for, where you have identical rooms or nearly identical rooms that have some kind of critical transformation to them, and that the transformation is the core of the puzzle that you're trying to solve. So we're going to have fun with the downside up puzzle, and hopefully it will not take me as long as the notorious Rubik's Cube Sudoku block. Let's play. Hopefully it doesn't require sound, because you folks might finally be hearing some semi-repaired audio, but it's actually dead on my side. Reach the goal after activating at least 1 POW block. We'll do that. 1-ups for endless. Okay, so here's the right side up room, and it will be an upside down room if we go through the pipe, presumably. We currently can't do anything but go through the pipe. And eventually the exit, I think, would have to be through the other room anyway. But we will steadily acquire objects and take them through to the other side, and possibly the P-switches affect some kind of spawn blocking, but who knows. So yeah, we do the gravity flip. That allows me to hit the on-off switches. Notice that we can't access the spring on the bottom left because of the gravity flip, but that activating a P-switch would allow me to drop the one that is to my right. Which would be necessary because if we fall to what is currently my right side, we would need to hit the P-switch and drop the spring in order to get back out. So let's go back here first of all to see if our order would benefit from having the on-off switch activated first. I think it would. Because what would happen is that we can do something like this. We can tap this once. We can go back. Notice that I haven't actually looked at my eventual exit yet. The exit will be through the door. We need to place an object under the door, and we need to have, at that point, activated the power block, I think. Yeah. And because the power block is tied to the clear condition, whichever power block we use will not respawn. I understand things correctly, so... We want to have access to 2 springs, so we have access to a P-switch on this side, I think. Yeah, because otherwise we can't reach. That can be done if we somehow retain P-switch activation coming back to this room, which... Or bring a second spring with us, which we could also do. Yeah, notice that if we take this guy with me, and then we drop this over here, then we can retain the top spring. In fact, we'll drop this because then it'll be easier to not pick it up. Hopefully. Good. We'll take the top one. We'll take it back over to the other side. I know I have access to the power block after P-switch, but we... Oh, no, I can't take it to the other side because we killed it. We actually don't need to kill it. We can redo this and do it properly. Hang on. I actually did need to place that off-center, which we can do. Yeah, the power block that we activate will have to be the one in the upside-down room because it's the only one that's accessible. The other power falls into the wrong location. Oh, no, actually it doesn't because we have a P-switch activated. While going into this room, the POW remains elevated and in fact accessible, so we would be fine. Let's do this. Let's drop this at a kind of halfway point. Halfway point. And let's hit a P-switch. And now we have both. Now let's not get them confused. Okay, so this was the one from the first room. This is the one from the second room. Let's jump. I think I want the off state again, but let me just check because we do need access to second spring. Yeah. And we'll activate on-off switch again in the other room so we have access to the top right. So, let's keep track. I'm currently holding the one from the upside down room. We want to hit this P-switch. And we'll bring spring with us. Why would we want to hit this P-switch? We don't want to hit the P-switch, we want to take the P-switch. We absolutely do not want to hit the P-switch. Because that gets me nothing. Want to take the P-switch. Probably activate the P-switch from the other room. come back and have spring access to this POW. Let's... Yeah, because we need to use the POW in the other room to brace the exit door. So we want to activate this one. Unless there's a reason to do a double stack. So in that case, we want to come back here in the off state. We come back here in the off state, but with the P-switch activated. We grab the spring, we place it here, we jump up, we grab the POW. We haven't thought so much about the other P yet. Ultimately, yeah, we need 2 springs and an accessible object in this room. 2 springs we know how to do. But we need an accessible object in this room that we can put under the door. It can be a P, it can be a POW. It doesn't particularly matter, I think. But we definitely want to hit the on-off. Oh, whoops. Wrong button. Let's think about this. Yeah, we definitely want to hit this guy here. And then we want to hit the P-switch on the way back. That gives me access to the other POW. If we're quick about it. Okay. Now, do we want to take both POWs back with me? I think I can. And that it might even be a good idea, except we need 2 springs on the other side, not 1. But having POW and POW plus spring is actually enough to get me over, because I think I'm actually just short by 1 block if we do things this way. But then the problem is that at that point I will not have activated a POW. So the thing is, I want 2 springs in this room plus POW access. And I want to blow up one of the POWs while I do it. So I would need to carry a spring here with me, or hit a P-switch on my way into this room, which... No, that's not good either. Let's take a look here. We want to grab a P... No, we want to grab a spring. We bring it back to the other side after having already activated this POW. Then we have spring, spring, POW on the other side, and I think it's okay, except we need to activate a P-switch on this side to grab 1 POW over here. Yeah, because activating the P-switch on the far side locks me in and doesn't actually give me access to this one to the left. The only way we can circumvent that is by bringing this P-switch across. Or by pre-activating it when we're here in this room. Just to test one thing out, let me make sure that POW plus spring actually does get me over. It's not going to be the solution, ultimately, because we need to figure out which POW to activate. If we take this POW, we do not need to worry about the other one, except for the POW activation, which... I think I know how to do it. Yep. I think we got it. Let's start over. Let's go this way. I think I know what to do with that now. Yeah, the POW that we want to blow up is actually this one. We don't need to use it. And I will show how that works. I'm going to come back here. Drop this in this position. Off center if we can. Get this. Get both out of the way. Top one is the one we want to bring across. Yeah. Oh, that nearly really confused matters. We want to bring it across, but we want to have access to 2 springs, so we'll do that. And that. So we've got access to 2, which is great. The bottom spring is the one we took from the other room. We forgot to hit the on-off switch. That's kind of important. And we can cycle through this interaction twice. In fact, we would have to. Maybe. Well, maybe we can shortcut some of this. By hitting the P-switch right away, and then going to the other room, unless we need to bring it over. Let's see. Once I hit the P-switch, I take the POW on the other side, and then we just come back. Yeah. Let's do this. Let's go down here. And then... yeah. We nearly soft-locked ourselves. But we didn't. So that's okay. I also totally did soft-lock myself now, in fact. Because E-switch will get me nothing now. Yeah, I am locked. I think that was a mistake. In fact, if I had dropped a spring on the right side, we would have been fine. In fact, no. We needed to not activate a P-switch until we were able to brace it with something here. Let's start over. Whoops. This is one of those levels that looked the same in the main and sub area. Yeah, so in Mario, that's the idea behind the contest that we'll be judging. It can be something like gravity or rotation. It can be an object placement or some other critical change. But the idea is that you want 2 rooms that are basically identical except for one big change. And so we'll be playing tons of puzzles that interpret that concept in some way. So this is kind of a sample introduction with an older level by Rubik's Cube that demonstrates that concept. Rubik's Cube will be one of the other judges for the contest as well. He will not be streaming it, but he'll be giving feedback offline, as I understand it. Okay, so let's do this once again. Just rethink the order slightly. Thing is, you have to have a pretty good visual memory for the other room as you're doing this. Yeah, so, whoops, no, wrong way. And we just need to not lock ourselves this time. Bringing this one in. Yeah, we want to bring a right side up spring in next time. It'll be the clever thing to do. So, let's place this, place this. Oh, nope. I'm gonna confuse myself here. Hang on. Whoops. Now we'll get P-switch access this way. Alright. Later on, top spring is the one we want to bring back. If we can. In fact, no. We want to just bring the P-switch across, I think. then we want to just patch the spring. No, single spring is fine. No, we just need to be able to reset out of this room and go back to the way things were. So, to do that, we step on the P and we grab this thing, put it down, hit the POW, come back, and then we redo everything else. This might not be the most efficient solution, but it will work. Because it satisfies the condition, the POW does not respond to clear condition, but we will no longer need it. So that is fine. We just redo everything as before. And then we eventually want to bring a POW over here. Ooh, no. I did mess this up. Okay. Did mess this up. We actually do need that POW in this room because I can only carry one object through with me. So, what was the purpose of the POW in the other room then? The POW in the other room is just something that we can nuke. Okay, we actually do need this POW because I need to bring one spring over with me in order to access anything. We hit the P-switch, we gain access to double spring. Let's continue with this run, though, because if I understand it correctly, maybe we can salvage this. Yes, no, we can salvage it. Yep. I think. We haven't used bottom left in this room yet, and we can. We have to come in here with a P-switch activated and the off state in order to grab that. And if we grab that, we're actually in good shape. Because it means we don't need to worry about P-switch activation coming into this room. Okay. So let me flow through this again and see what we can do. Here we can have access to springs. We can go back. Yeah. The idea I wanted... Okay, we need to start over. That will be a dead end. That's okay. I like how in the initial entry into the room, there is nothing you can do but progress and see the concept. The first move is something that must take you to the other room so you understand what we're dealing with. In fact, it starts out fairly constrained. There are only a few moves that you have available at the beginning. And so the puzzle kind of solves itself for a couple of moves, and then it becomes more complicated as your options open up. And as you actually have to deal with the swapping. So, let's take this back over here. And yeah, you can do this. I think this is still right. We just activated the wrong POW, but general concept is sound. Yeah, basically I forgot I needed one additional object here to brace the door, which means we would need 2 springs plus a POW in this area, which can be done. And the idea is that you would have to take a spring with you into this room with a P-switch activated and with the off state. That would give you access to both the spring on the bottom left of this room as well as the POW block in this room, which means the POW block in the other room is the one that has to be activated. And we know how to do that. We've gotten that far before. So, drop this. We'll activate this once again. And we'll be careful to pick this up. We'll take a P into the other room and then we'll come back. But then when we come back, it will need to be in the off state so we can grab the spring immediately. So we'll get that POW activation and we'll leave this POW in place. And if we come back with P switch and off state in this room, then we're also solid. Like if we grab a spring and take it through with us to the pipe, with the P switch already activated, then there's actually a way to do this quite smoothly. Yeah, we had to come back here with the P switch activated. Okay, so we'll do that. Let's drop. That's not what I wanted to do. Zero control intuition when it comes to playing upside down. We can continue on the current timer. We don't need to reset. I think it's easier to reset. We can do that instead of trying to salvage a bad run. Okay. Let's try it again. Yeah, no, I understand what it's supposed to look like now. It's the execution that was flawed. Because I should have dropped the P-switch somewhere more convenient. Let's go back. Let's do this. Okay. We are going to hit the on-off switch top. And reverse back through here. Activating the on-off switch gives me access to the P-switch down there, although we could have toggled it here as well in this room. Oh, whoops, no. Once again, control intuition when you're upside down can be troublesome. What? Let's fix this up. Okay. I'm gonna take that one across. In the off states. Okay. Toggle the switch, grab the P, and then properly execute the P-switch thing. You just kind of have to mentally keep track of which side's spring you're taking with you at any given time. That's the main mental block that can lead to a great deal of spaghetti. Do we want on or off on the other side? If we do off and we activate the P-switch now, we're able to grab the other spring, but that's going to be for your exit later. We need to do the clear condition first, so we'll do this first. Off. We'll hit the P here. It'll be a little cleaner. Then we'll grab this before the timer expires. We'll grab the POW, not lock ourselves in. We activate the POW and then I think we take the P-switch, which means, well, let's not throw the POW just yet. Let's make sure. We have things in a state that we need. We want the off state, though, on the way back. Yeah, we want off state plus P. So, what we're going to do is we will hit the P before we go back to the other room. We must activate the POW before that as well, but we, very importantly, do need the off state to be a thing. So we've used the POW. We're going to use this. We're going to whack the POW hit the P-switch, get to the other room with this spring, grab a second spring, and grab the POW. Okay. Oh, nope. I messed this up. No, I completely messed this up. Once again, control intuition just being awful. It's going to be a pain to do it from the midpoint. Let's just start over. No, I didn't mean to enter the pipe. I wanted to drop the spring. And of course, my drop control while I'm standing on top of a pipe was less than ideal. I had the solution. I just executed poorly again. Losing track of which way I'm facing. Whoops. Hang on. Okay, let's get up. And we'll just trace our way back through again. We have it, though. I know how this works. We just need to not make so many mistakes. Hit this. Take it back across. Do this. And we'll just keep track of what we're carrying. Okay, we'll move this. Move this. Toggle. And grab P-switch. Everything's fine so far. Except I forgot the on-off switch. Let's drop it in here. And then we take the P-switch across and then activate on the way back. Do we want on-state or off-state? Well, doesn't matter. We'd have to toggle the switch either way. We can toggle it on the other side. We do have access to both switches. So we'll toggle it here. We'll hit the P-switch here. Yeah, that's correct. And then let's be reasonably quick about this. And then, oh, forgot the on-off switch. Let's do that. Then, whoops. The die to control issues all over the place. Okay, once again, we want to throw the POW, and then we want to stomp on the P before we get over to the other side, but we want the off state. And we want to carry the spring. And we probably want to throw the spring safely, somehow. Once we are on the other side. So let's activate. Nope. Can't jump when I'm upside down. And you see, look at that, too late. But the idea was that if I were doing that quickly enough, I would be able to stack 2 springs and then take the POW with me up top in the on state, and then we would clear it. If I take this with me in advance, though, hang on. we should be able to salvage this. Because we've done the power activation already. Why did I hit the on-off switch? Let's not do that. Let's do this. Yeah, we can just redo the same interaction. We'll just... Oh, yeah, no. Because I wanted the P-switch, I just forgot to get the spring out first. I will have, at this point, totally jumbled up which one I'm holding. It's a difficult corner to jump even right side up. Upside down is a very tall order. Whoops. Oh, now I've blocked myself. Okay, we'll reset this room. Okay, try it again. Alright. Then on our way out of here, we'll want to grab the bottom spring. Not the top. Yeah, mentally I've seen this solution for a while now. Executing it has been full of errors. Don't know if I'll be... Oh, I forgot the on-off switch. Of course, now everything's going to be too slow once again, and I also accidentally went up. So what happens... I'm not accustomed to using the Pro Controller. That's one of the issues I'm running into here. Let's just start over. We'll be dying on execution for a while, even though we've already seen the solution on multiple attempts. The object handling leaves much to be desired. But yeah, I switched to Pro Controller for the escape room today so I could potentially look at screenshots. I didn't end up doing so because information was accessible enough, but I usually tend to do that for escape room levels anyway, just in case. But it does mean that I have a few control issues with the accidental up input that the Pro Controller is somewhat notorious for. And that's killed me a couple times here already. Okay. I think that position is okay. I'll take it. Time to touch grass, yeah. Been doing a lot of that lately, I suppose. Okay, let's hit the on-off switch. I suppose you mean Splatoon, Electrodude. Just to be perfectly clear what we're talking about. Yeah, rather conveniently, it seemed like the people I know congregated around Team Grass this time, like they did around Team Gear last time. Just coincidentally. It seemed like my pool of people I could potentially play with went for Grass. I'll hopefully be able to put in a little bit of time tomorrow, not on stream obviously, but if I'm able to log in, I'll definitely keep an eye out for folks online who want to have another festival of offbeat team compositions. Yeah, I need to remember to get this thing out. Hang on. I'm totally losing track of which spring is which. This is the one I brought from the other side, I think. Nope, no, I did not want to step on it. Okay, so the execution errors are absolutely killing me here. That's okay, it's something I can continue from this point. Let's do it again. Let's hit this first to avoid confusion. Speaking of Pokemon, we got hurt in our confusion. That was totally the wrong spring. Let's start over. I feel like I solved this like 15 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago, and we are just going through the motions of not making control errors, like accidentally resetting items and entering pipes. But yeah, I've gotten far enough to visually demonstrate what I'm looking for as the solution. It's just that we keep missing jumps like that to the top corner. That's been a bit of an issue. But we will go on and prevail. Yeah, there we go. That's the classic puzzle experience here in Mario Maker. You see the solution and you choke on the execution for half an hour. It's been a while since we've done so much of that, simply because we haven't been doing puzzle streams in so long. But the old habits certainly die hard. Okay, that's the correct spring. Great. We'll pop this one over here. This one over here. Then, yeah, drop this. Let's not activate the P-switch. Careful, careful. Go. We take the P to the other side and we activate it while taking a spring on the way back. Is that the step I'm on? I think it is. Yeah, and we need off state when coming back here. Just trying to mentally reorient myself. Okay, this is slightly time sensitive. We'll do it. Then drop the POW over here. We forgot once again the on-off switch on the left side. That seems to be a very frequent oversight. That is also why I don't try to speedrun anything like this. Speedrunning is for people with consistent inputs. That we are certainly not. Okay. We need off state. Glad I remembered. Then we grab the spring on the top left without falling into the bit below, which has been my problem lately. Then we grab the POW block. Okay. There we go. Come on. Nope, too late. This is really fussy. Let's get, we can reset that. We just take a spring back to the other room. What if I take the POW first? Nope, because I would still need 2 springs. No, actually, no. You can do that. If you take the POW first, it's actually easier to execute. Because then you just use both springs in this room instead. Except we need initial P-switch activation to pick up this top spring. No. I'm doing it correctly. The way I'm doing it is just really tricky to make the jumps. Alright, let's redo the P-switch. After we remember to pick up the other spring. Hang on. Yeah, the accidental pipe entries in Upside Down World have really been an issue. Which is funny because usually up pipe entrances are so notoriously difficult to do, and then now we're just accidentally doing that all over the place. You know, there's an easier way to do this, which I just considered. But that's okay. We'll do it this way. We could have just done the double P pickup the same way we did earlier. That would have been perfectly fine. No, we couldn't, because we would need to choose between bringing a P to this room and bringing a spring to this room, and we chose a spring necessarily. So, no, I got a right solution. Probably the only solution. That's okay. Spring order does not matter at this point. We need to tap this. Now we need to not do too many accidental throws or drops in bad places. Here we go. GG. Where on earth is the flag? Oh yeah, I'm upside down, so that's a pretend flag before we turn upside down and find a real thing. Let's not re-enter the door by mistake, because that would be terrible. Be very, very careful here. And there we are. Gold tape. That's a completion. And thanks for the GGs. I don't know if we have time for one more. Let me see. Given the open-endedness of puzzles, I think it's probably better if we call it for today and do another puzzle stream next week. I have a bit of a puzzle backlog, as you might imagine, having not really caught up on these for a long time, but I do have a lot more on my playlist to go. This one's from 2020, but we'll be doing some more recent creations, and of course this was mostly just something I pulled up as a demonstration of what the incoming contest will be all about. So, definitely encourage makers to enter, and of course, this year's contest, even if you're not entering a level, as I was saying earlier, is open to multiplayer levels, and so if anybody does actually end up making a multiplayer level for that, we will need players on my stream when we judge the levels in December. And so we may potentially put together a multiplayer session, depending on whether there is a supply of levels. Even if there isn't, I do know that there are makers who have been eager for some time to send me other co-op puzzle levels as well, totally apart from the contest. And I'm hoping to arrange a day for that at some point. But in the meantime, we'll be doing some more puzzle streams. I will be apparently playing Splatoon with Team Grass this weekend in some capacity, but the main event on the stream is that we will be back with viewer levels in the same time slot as usual tomorrow. Yeah, sorry about all the technical issues today. It seems like turning... pausing during an escape room seems to kill the sound in a way that it is not particularly excited about coming back. But we made it, and especially we made it through the Redbeard escape room. That was tons of fun. So thank you once again, Redbeard, for that. I'm so glad we could finally give you and your creations the time they deserve. With all that said, we're going to find a raid to send you off to. So, thanks so much for watching. There will be more puzzle streams to come over the course of the next few weeks, and I'm really hoping to make that a regular feature of the stream again, as it once was before, back when we had some glory days to speak of. I will be looking for somebody to pass you off to in just a moment, and I have some ideas, but we'll confirm that in just a minute. So, have a very good weekend ahead of you. Practice your Klingon numbers, apparently. You never know when that might come in handy in Mario Maker. And, as usual, fare thee well.